Uh, Good afternoon. Welcome to all of you from the part of the board of the FAR, of which I am the chair. We are very happy to have you in the room. Later on, I will tell you a little bit about you, but I start with about us, the Foundation for Auditing Research. What is our mission? From the start, it was this: to enhance the knowledge of what makes a good audit today and sustainably improve audit practices. So it is enhancing knowledge. I would say that is the research part of the FAR, and it is improving audit practice, and that is the practitioners part of the FAR. And you are both in the room. Is it important to do something about audit quality, about audit practice? This weekend, when I was preparing this talk, I went to look for messages, recent messages about auditing in Dutch newspapers. So, for those of you who don't understand Dutch, I guess you can understand that this word is about fraud. There's also various messages saying there's a problem of implicating that there's a problem of talent within the profession. Young people don't want to go in the auditing direction, etc. There's also newspaper articles about new roles for the auditor. He must also pay attention to ESG, which was not the case in the past. There are messages about the gender composition in the auditing profession. And the message on the top says, women accountants are more than welcome. And in fact, in the Netherlands, the fraction increases. And you see that EY women make more than a third of EY's newest partners, and that's also a recent message. There are people who say there's this changing role of the auditor attracts women more because there's a focus on value, chief value officer. Accountants can save the planet, and that would be more appealing to women than just checking numbers without a larger goal. To my mind, this underscores how auditors are still not seen that much as people who work in the public interest, whereas that is what they do. So you can also take a look at this development another way and say, why didn't the auditing profession have a more value improving image? About the gender composition, which is also always close to my heart, I can tell you that the majority of the FAR PhDs are women. I can also tell you that our Minister of Finance has told me that she would like to play a role in a next FAR event. So we hope that she will speak next year. As to accountants can save the planet, I am proud to announce that the dinner during this FAR conference is default vegetarian. We all know that eating meat is bad for the planet, so we try to give a good example here. So I showed you these newspaper messages, which are all quite recent, so you can find a lot more about audit practice. And now about enhancing knowledge. Here you see a selection, a very small selection of what the FAR is doing, and I made a selection purely based on the newspapers. So you see that we do research on talent in the auditing industry. Loss of talent, problem, etc. You see the FAR has projects on fraud. So this was to underscore the relevance of the FAR topics from the point of view of society as a whole. You see, I show here some examples. We have working papers, we have podcasts, and of course there are the publications in journals. Behind the scenes of the FAR. This is the team that is working very hard to get everything done. From left to right, Frank Verdouw, our Director of Operations, sitting here next to him. Alexandra Brewer, Program Manager, Knowledge Dissemination. Mustafa Pamuk. Mustafa? He is outside, working for us. Nicole Breuker, idem, I think. And Tjibbe Bosman. Tjibbe, where are you? He's presenting at a conference. I know he's presenting, but at another conference. Ah, okay. They are wanted this. Yeah, they are. So this about the team behind the scenes. There were some changes in the FAR board over the past year, and I would like to inform you about that. As you may know, our board consists of both academics and practitioners, because that's what we want to do, an interaction. 2 people have left or are leaving the board. 2 academic board members have left and are leaving the board. Olaf Bik has become a professor in Groningen, and for that reason, that's such a responsible job, even more than the one he had at Nijenrode. So that would be hard to reconcile with being a managing board member of the FAR. And Willem Buyink, who was here also from the start of the FAR, has told us long time ago already, that the summer of 2023 he would like to step down, and he will be with us until Friday's board meeting. Audit firm board members, leavers are Michael de Ridder and Egbert Eefting, and we welcome Ranish Jagbandan and Mark Hogeboom. Both of them are not present here at the moment. We do have a firm board member here, now Auke Bos. Welcome, Auke. Okay. About you. Who are you? Well, almost 40% academics, almost 40% practitioners, some regulators, and there's a category others. Others never implies that it's less important, but that it's so mixed that we don't have a word covering all of it. I think this underscores the success of the FAR and its mission and this conference already, because we want to have that exchange between practice and academics in order to fulfill our mission. So thank you very much for attending. The conference will be chaired by Philip Wallage. Thank you very much, Philip, for being here. I took your picture from the Free University side. I hope that's fine. He's full professor, Department of Accounting, the School of Business and Economics, Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, the university where I got my economics degree, so it's my alma mater. I'm not handing the microphone to him, because Jan Bouwens would like to say, before Philip takes over, would like to say some things about the topic of the conference of this year. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, thank you for all being here. Really great to see you all. It's also the case that we have a record number of participants, which is also good. I think so. That's also something that we are very proud of and try to work on. So it's great that that is achieved. And indeed, a very brief word on the topic. So why would we choose judgment? When we think of judgment, the notion of judgments has different meanings to different people. Some people will refer to the legal system with the independent judge who discerns and compares evidence in the context of law and then decides, makes a verdict. To other people, the term judgment may trigger a set of values and norms that leads their actions, and also how actions are judged by other peers, by their peers. Some will be using a supernorm or God as the ultimate reference point. Yet another group of people is trying to make economic sense of a collection of evidence to decide whether a firm set of accounts or financial statements is true, in that there are no falsehoods, that they are fair, and that the results accurately reports the condition it wishes to portray. In order to arrive at such a decision, the auditor must establish whether the internal controls are present and working. And audit teams make judgments all the time of whether that's the case. Indeed, they make also judgments, many judgments, judgments in the team and judgments at the very end of the audit. One could ask, what is evidence in an era of deepfake, alternative facts, machine learning code that translate in discriminatory AI, and or even exacerbate alternative facts? Can auditors trust that type of data? And can they make the call? Are they actually moving into the realm of the judge what I was talking about, or do they also have some supernorm? They can't be God, right? So that is a very complex question. So where is this judgment going? Right? We all make judgments as auditors, but we now are facing situations where it becomes very complex as to, what is the truth, to establish that. That is what we're going to discuss today. And I indeed proudly present to you Philip Wallage, who will be leading us through the program of these 2 days. Philip, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jan, and thanks, Henriëtte, for introducing me. This is me. The picture's relatively old, so I got older, but this is me. I'm very happy to be here and honored. And please allow me, before going into the program, to add a little to what Jan just said. Because of my hobby horse, I try to understand what's happening in the brain. I have no idea, to be very honest, but I try to read it anyway. And this Kahneman and Tversky ideas of bounded rationality, something I would like to add to what Jan is saying. Because as far as I know, that all auditors are part of the human race. Up to now anyway. I'm not sure if there are any robots already, because you can't recognize the future, so I assume we're all still human beings, and that means that we can only strive to optimize our decision-making processes and judgments. That's it. It's optimization and not more than that. And I hope that today's and tomorrow's presentation discussion will contribute to improvements in professional critical thinking and auditor's judgment. I think if that will be the output, it would be great. And I see all the prestigious audience here, so I'm sure that we can manage. Just briefly introduce myself. I've been audit practitioner since 1984, and my first client was Nijrode. So I was working here and asking myself the value of these buildings and the completeness of revenues of all students walking around here. And so that's the idea that comes up when I'm in this room and walking around. But it was a great time. I've been audit partner from 95 till 2015 at KPMG. And I'm a professor of auditing at the UvA, so it was the VU as well, but also at UvA since 95. And VU since 2011. And during my career, that's what I put on paper, just to ensure that I say it correct, I always tried to understand and bridge the gap between practice and theory. Because walking with my right leg in practice and left in academia, I think that's why I'm bold. It's a gap, I think, that will always be there. As audit professionals and academics have different tasks, roles, and are in general, be careful, in general different species. But I believe the gap can be narrowed by communication, discussion, mutual understanding. And that's why I'm happy and honored to be here today and chair this conference together with Jan, because we probably have some discussions anyway. We have a great program, and I'm not sure if we can show. Yeah, here's the program. We have 6 plenary sessions with expert presenters from academia and discussants from practice. And It's our idea that the discussants give a brief reflection on the presentations they're linked to, and then take the audience into a more interactive setting. And I hope you will go along, and I will encourage you to do so. Because what I already said, it's just a discussion that we can have. There's no one, I think, that really have the answer to our questions, so let's discuss. And I offer you, as I'm standing here, a safe environment, so psychological safety. Instead, there's some fear or whatever. There's no grading system here or whatever, so just speak up, please do. And there's also no social pressure. And I know that's easy to say here, because when I'm sitting there, I do feel the same social pressure, to be very honest. Yes, I do. Anyway, speak up if you can. Please do. So, today, I will introduce in a moment our keynote speaker, Kathryn Kadous, who will share latest insight, judgment, and decision making. And we have Gijselaers. I saw Wim and I saw Therese also. We'll talk about the importance of culture in audit firms. Justin Leiby, I'm not sure if I've seen Justin Leiby. Okay, he's on his way. Okay, and he will present a study demonstrating how auditors are influenced by social status. And finally, Wendy Groot. I've seen Wendy. Yeah, Wendy's over there. She will moderate a panel discussion with PhD students and young professionals on emerging issues in auditing. And I'm looking forward, as a old professional, I would say, but I'm really happy to see and be involved in what's going to happen. So that's the program. Tomorrow morning I will tell you what's on day 2. It's on the screen probably, but I wait till tomorrow morning. So if there are any questions, let's try to be informal, so if there are any questions, just raise your hand. It's not like an academic seminar here, so it's just discussion. And I saw on the screen on one of the slides that there's 40% practitioners and 40% academics. I think you're mingled here, but anyway, I hope for the discussion once again.
I was a bit disappointed by you saying that we are not going to have the solutions. I think that we should agree on actually having one solution at all, at the end of this conference. What?
All right. Oh, I'm sure we can have one solution on whatever problem. So, yeah, I think we will do. No problem, Jan. Think about the problem we will decide about. No problem. Thank you. Sure. If not, then I think, my main task is to be sure that we are in time, so there will time slots. It's a very busy program, so that's really a challenge, but let's see how it will work out. So, I'm very honored to introduce to you the first plenary session, the keynote speaker. And I know the question is auditors' judgment still relevant? It still is between brackets, so maybe there will be already one of the answer solutions, Jan, who knows. And the keynote speaker is Kathryn Kadous. She is Schaefer Chaired Professor of Accounting and Director and Associate Dean of the Ph.D. program at Emory University, Goizueta Business School. She earned a Ph.D. from the University of Illinois. The more people from Illinois, I think, all famous people. After having worked as an auditor and controller, Professor Kadous' research considered judgment and decision-making issues in auditing and financial reporting. And research has been published in all prestigious accounting and auditing journals. I was just considering to mention them all, but I think I just summarized they're all prestigious journals. And she has held several positions with the American Accounting Association, including president of the auditing section. Kathryn, the floor is yours.
I have.
You have a, that's even better.
I've got the fancy stuff here. Yeah.
There. The slide will be there. I'll set.
Thank you.
Sure. There we are.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. I'd really like to thank is this too loud? Am I too loud? I'd really like to thank the FAR conference organizers for inviting me to talk about my favorite topic in the world, of course, auditor judgment and decision making. I thought what I would do today, the title might have implied I have the answers. Sorry, Jan, I don't have answers, but I have questions. I have research questions. So what I thought I would do today is talk about a couple of the big themes from auditing research and what I think we've learned in JDM, or judgment decision making audit research, in the last few years. A very biased view, right? It's the themes that I like, and then try to relate those to what's going on in the world technology-wise. So before I do that, I wanted to start with just a very brief discussion of JDM research and auditing. JDM research is generally thought to have three main goals. First, we try to describe important judgments in auditing, the context in which they occur, what might affect them. Second, we try to apply theory to explain and predict these judgments. And then third, ideally, we get to improving judgment, so developing decision aids or other interventions that can address problem areas that we found along the way. Now, research necessarily, maybe not necessarily, but naturally certainly proceeds in this order. For a given judgment, we have to kind of understand a judgment in its context in order to figure out the right theory and what the causal factors are. And then it's much, much easier to design solutions once we have a good understanding of the theoretical process. So I appreciate all of us academics in the room in particular, appreciate the FAR for understanding this and letting us work on research projects at all three levels, all three topics. Experiments are the, I would say, method of choice, at least for the second and third topics that I had up, or goals that I had up there. And experiments have two features that make them particularly useful for learning more about explaining behavior and improving behavior. First is they're really good at helping identify causality. So while other research can tell us about associations between variables, by providing and taking away the antecedent, experiments can tell us more about causality. Second, we can also sometimes, not always, but sometimes design experiments to tell us about the intervening process. This can be really helpful for finding improvements. So for instance, if we discover that a judgment breaks down because of inadequate information search, we can develop theory-inspired ways of expanding the information search, right? If we discover that auditors routinely do a particular calculation wrong, we can provide them a decision aid to do that calculation. So that's why you'll see so many of us doing experiments. Now, oops. I'm trying to go backwards. Oh, I should hit the one that says backwards. There we go. So what are these themes from recent research? So over the past 10 years or so, I think a lot of research in auditor judgment has revolved around two themes. One is, Philip mentioned this before, like everybody knows it. It took us a little while longer to figure it out. But auditors are human. And so, like other humans, they're flexible decision makers. So auditors, like other people, have a variety of cognitive processes and modes, processing modes they can use. And they aren't always in the right one, right? So there are different modes. There's routinized thinking, which makes routine tasks very efficient. So for instance, if an auditor has to do a three-way match or verify inventory costs, they can quickly scan a sheet, find the number they're looking for, verify it's there, the number, signature, whatever it may be, and then kind of make a mental check and put it aside. Very efficient. If you want to do more complex tasks well, though, you can't use these processes. You need to engage a different mode. So you need critical thinking. Again, I think you mentioned this. Why didn't I just, you could give the talk. Critical thinking is needed when you have a complex task and you need to, say, you're auditing an impairment analysis, you need to take a big diverse set of information, for instance, historical profitability data, management's future projections of this, that, and the other economic conditions, and you have to integrate this information and identify, maybe are there conflicts, what are the joint implications of this information. That requires a much more deep processing. You have to hold all these diverse kinds of information in your head, process them jointly. So that's critical thinking is what allows auditors in this case to identify inconsistencies, to identify management bias, to really understand the implications of, say, estimates for the financial statements. The bad news from research in the last 10 years or so, unless critical thinking is prompted, auditors don't tend to engage in that mode. Again, because they're human, because they're other people, or because they're people. So auditors try to use what seems a very straightforward, sensible task, right? So you have, say, sticking to the case of estimates, management gives you some assumptions, you take each one, you verify a piece, check the box, move on. So even though they know, and at some level, this critical thinking is required, they do the task in the routinized manner. And why is this? Well, critical thinking mode is cognitively costly and it can't be maintained. Also, there are a lot of things in the audit environment that that make it impossible to choose the mode or make it really difficult to maintain it. These include a vast set of information, time pressure, budget pressure, etc. And fatigue. I guess that's what the auditors are always talking about, right? The good news, though, also from research, is that over the past, again, 10 years or so, we've developed many ways, or several ways, of prompting auditors to use that complex cognitive thinking, the critical thinking, and they improve judgment performance in these complex tasks. So some of these things are providing a big picture goal, like reminding auditors of, how great it is to be an auditor and what their role in society is, reminding them about their intrinsic motivation for the job. So those kind of work on a high level goal. There are also ways we can prompt critical thinking just by getting them started using the critical processes. So these are things like adjusting the mindset, right? And somehow breaking the connection between the context and the habitual response. And I think we're going to hear some about a lot of these topics throughout the day or throughout the conference. So that's topic one, or theme one. Theme two, again, auditors are human, right? So we find that the actions and relationships with others affect auditor judgments, even audit judgments, right? Not just their personal judgments, but audit judgments to an extent that I think most of us would find surprising. For instance, auditors can be reluctant to ask someone for evidence or to speak up if that person is intimidating, right? So they might let a client slide, at least in experiments, without providing evidence. If the client's intimidating, they might be reluctant to speak up because they're afraid that they might look bad. In addition, if Justin gets here, he'll talk about how auditors, oh, he is, yay. I know he'll be talking about how auditors over-rely on social cues rather than say just the quality of the information that's provided. Again, there's good news here. There are a couple of ways that we can get better quality judgments, even in these tough social situations. Supervisors, in fact, have a lot of power to a power for good, right? So creating a positive work environment and creating that psychological safety and all those good things can make auditors more willing to speak up, to engage in quality enhancing behaviors. In addition, something that's kind of surprising to me, how consistently and what a breadth of problems it solves, is just reminding auditors of their professional identity. So their identity as an auditor, the strength and salience of that solves any number of judgment problems. Okay, so with those two themes in mind, let's think about what's going on in the world a little. And I'm not an expert on this, and that's probably obvious. So I'll make it obvious if I keep talking. But I think AI and other new technologies are thought to be able to do at least these four things, maybe some other things that should help the auditors. One, we've been hearing for years, and in fact it's already happened, right, that technology has offloaded some of the more routine tasks that auditors used to do. What ChatGPT and related applications are making obvious now is that auditors can get all kinds of information just through a simple query, right? So I think accounting standards, audit standards, industry information, how do I do this calculation? All of that should be readily available now to auditors. What's intriguing to me, or even more intriguing, I guess, is that AI can probably, maybe not now, but soon, do these two things that auditors traditionally have trouble with in complex tasks, right? The things that get written up by regulators. It can identify trends, patterns, anomalies, risk factors in data sets, and potentially prevent bias from conflicts of interest and other relationships. So I think this raises a lot of questions related to those themes. So on the first theme, it seems like auditors will spend even more. Yes?
Can I ask something about the previous slide?
Sure.
The last bullet. It says prevent bias from conflict of interest. You mean bias that may reside within the human auditor?
Yes, exactly.
So this last point refers to probably the bias that resides within the human auditor.
Yes.
How about the bias that will always be there in the AI? Because you cannot have unbiased data.
Yeah,
that
I'd like
AI
to
is
gloss
trained
over
on.
that.
Sorry?
I said I'd like to gloss over that.
Oh, you'd like to gloss over it?
No,
Okay. Well,
no,
I'm
it's
AI,
exactly.
I can't gloss over it. So.
It's exactly, yeah. It's a huge issue, I know. So my thought is just that there might be some benefit of, it's not your client now, it's someone else's, but you're absolutely right that the bias, if the data comes from the prior judgments, then the bias is in the data. Yeah, I agree. I'm not even solving the problems I'm bringing up, so. So let me just return briefly to theme number one. So I think what these first two bullet points mean, like more time on complex tasks and more information, all the information you could want potentially, mean it might be even more important to be in a critical thinking mode, right, when you're doing your job as an auditor, but maybe not, right? because technology has the potential to do those two things that are most difficult for auditors and that require them to be in that critical thinking mode, which is, hold that vast information and identify patterns and trends. So I think it's a really interesting question whether if auditors are able, if say AI can provide, here's a list of the inconsistencies and the bias and the things you should look at, will auditors be able to make use of that information in their judgments? And I think when I think about the interventions that we've delivered so far in our research, we've really focused on trying to get auditors to engage in the complex processing they need to find those errors and inconsistencies. However, in retrospect, I think we've done that by getting auditors to engage more deeply with the decision problem. So it's not really clear to me what will happen if auditors are given kind of that information. The question is, what is the role or importance of the engagement aspect of the prior interventions? So I suspect they might continue to improve judgments, even if the conflicts and the anomalies and such are already identified. I suspect that there also might be alternative interventions that might work better, because now we don't necessarily have to do the processing part. Maybe we can somehow figure out how to do the engagement without the processing. It might be more efficient. And I guess the bottom line here is, yeah, I can't hit. Oh no. Okay, so I have to start over now, right? They're like, oh my God, no. Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on, but anyway, the interesting questions are: do the interventions still work, or do we need more interventions? Do we need new interventions? That sort of thing. So I can't get my slides back. There we go.
Right. Yes.
Okay, I got it.
You got it?
Okay, thank you. And I think we're going to need a lot more new research for this. For theme 2, the ability to get those queries answered without exposing oneself to, someone else's judgment seems like it will help calibrate speaking up. The automated data collection and analysis might make problems of, oh, I'm uncomfortable with that client, so I don't want to ask that question go away. Reliance on irrelevant social cues may be reduced, or we may get a new set, right? One thing I think will be really important is that the auditor's attitude towards the automated tool will be central, right? And there is research starting to look at this. What I'm not sure is what is the best level, right? So an open question is, what kind of attitude, what specific attitude towards these technological tools should firms be advocating? We don't want to say be completely unskeptical, right? But there's already probably a negative feeling. Some other questions: what aspects of traditional auditor expertise remain important? And I think the big question here will be, given what we know about the importance of a strong and salient auditor identification, what can we do to maintain this professional identity in the face of work or a job where some of the work is done by automated tools? So those are the thoughts that I had. I think auditor judgment is still relevant. And I think auditing research has a lot of questions to address, and I'm interested in hearing your views.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much, Kathryn. Before giving the floor to you, there he is, Dingeman Manschot. I forgot to introduce you. I will do next sessions. I will do. You're the discussant and your partner of Mazars with focus on IFRS and Dutch GAAP. And you're currently connected to the Dutch Accounting Standards Board representing the Dutch Institute. And we are very curious to know what will be your response on this presentation about the impact, about judgmental research, but also the impact of this latest developments in AI. So I give you the, you have a mic, so I will keep this.
Yeah, thank you, Philip. Thank you, Kathryn, for your presentation. It's very interesting, at least for me. I hope it was also for the rest of the audience. And why for me? Because I'm an expert on financial reporting, or at least I try to be one. And I have to compete, and that's what I really feel, with artificial intelligence in the future. So I think I'm still quite young, so I still have to now perform for at least 10, 15 years in this expert role. And I wonder whether I have enough talent to do that as good as some tool in the future. So therefore, I'm also asking whether these kind of artificial intelligence can help me with that role, and also my colleagues at Mazars when they have to perform complex audit tasks. And I am usually involved with complex audit tasks related to complex accounting issues. And I am aware of my own faults and shortcomings if it relates to giving an opinion on an accounting issue. Because my biggest worry is always whether I have the facts and circumstances complete. Because audit teams communicate with me, and of course they come up to me with a problem. But you are never sure whether that problem and the way they communicate it to you and the way they present it to you is real. And so if I look at the teams you were discussing, the two teams, and I'm very curious whether some of you have a view on that, whether it could be for me of any help to get auditors more in their critical thinking mode. And if I talk about auditors, not only my colleagues, but also myself. Although I'm an expert, I have the impression that sometimes at least 20-30% of my workday is, I do it in a routinized mode thinking, or routinized thinking mode. And sometimes it's even very difficult, and I really recognize that, to being in that mode and then change to being a specialist and being innovative and being creative, solving problems. It can be quite difficult, especially if you have been doing all kinds of stupid calls or stupid tasks, which are quite easy, and then you have to come up with all kind of smart things. And then also looking at the second team, we are social animals, and at least I am, and I'm also not from stone. So therefore, if an audit team is already more or less manipulated by a client, I can feel it. So and probably it does something with me if an audit team already more or less is trying to convince me. So they are not asking what the right answer is. No, they are trying to convince me that they believe the position of the client is the right answer. Now, all these kind of things have an influence on the outcoming of a consultation on a complex accounting issue. So therefore, I'm very curious to know, and I want to have your input, whether you believe or whether you recognize the problems and the issues Kathryn was talking about, and whether that could help you in your job already tomorrow, or probably in a few years.
I will throw the box if you someone.
That's okay.
Yeah,
So come up with some.
Kathryn, do you want to respond to the
no, I don't need to respond.
Really.
I'm
but maybe if you
I'm
come
curious
here,
too.
it invites people probably to raise questions, and otherwise I have some questions to the audience.
Oh, there's one.
There he is.
Oh, sorry.
I practiced, but I'm not sure I can. There we go.
Oh my gosh.
It's only 1 hour.
Can you hear me? Does it work? Okay, great. So Kathryn talked a lot about the different causes of critical thinking. How do we turn up the dial of critical thinking? How do we turn it down? And she also talked about the different interventions that we have documented that work. Now the firms, I wanted to mention, Kathryn, Mark and I have a book chapter where we categorize all of those into interventions and causes that deal with an auditor's capacity and those that deal with an auditor's motivation. My question to the practitioners in the room is twofold. Are the new ISQMs helping you manage, monitor, and measure capacity and motivation issues that are linked to critical thinking? And if they're not, are your surveys, your annual surveys, your surveys after your engagements, are they giving you the information that you need to better manage these motivation or attitudes or capacity factors?
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good question. Yeah, I know there's some board members here in the room and maybe people responsible for audit quality within the firm. So, otherwise I'll throw it to you. Who can answer the question? Otherwise, maybe more general. And I know there's at least one board member of EY. I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'll be careful. What is your answer? If you want to, because I think that's the question, how can you motivate people? How can you prompt to be critical? What kind of tools do you have from a board perspective to make that to realize that people do think about their professional attitude? Do you have any? How do you? Sure.
So, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would say that it was a very interesting presentation, and I directly recognize that as an auditor you have to make a lot of decisions all the time, and you can't be on the ball all the time. So, how to make sure that you're critical when you must be? And I think that's a team effort. So, I think as an individual you can make mistakes. So, what for me was really appealing, the fact that you act as a team and create a safe environment where people can speak up, so that your colleagues, give you feedback and that you do a job together. Will computers help us, or data? I think for the routine processes, yes. At EY we already have Sophie. Sophie, you can ask questions to Sophie. It's about accounting questions. Sorry about that.
Oh, no.
So if you have a question about how to account for, let's say, goodwill or so, you send a message to Sophie and Sophie answers the question. And in the beginning, Sophie made mistakes, but she's becoming better and better. So in the future, I think for the routine questions, you can reach out to Sophie. Whether the next step will be that also for complex issues, you could reach out to Sophie too. That's for me still a question. And maybe reacting to SQM. The question it was about the management system of management control. Yes. Of course, that helps us to see whether we are in control or not. But it's a hard control. And when you notice that that a certain control fails, then of course you have to look at the behavior and the soft controls. So SQM is not helping us in a way that you can motivate people, but notice where you have an issue, and then you can start the dialogue and see, okay, does the person know what he or she has to do? Has the person the right knowledge and skills? And what drives the person? That are the 3 questions I always ask when something went wrong.
Thanks very much. That was, thanks very much, Hauke. Appreciate it very much. Any response or, What's that? That's, oh, wait. Oh. It's an automated tool.
All right. Does it still work? Yeah. Yeah. I might actually have a more general question. So, does it still work or not? Oh, sorry. So, looking to the 2 themes, auditors are flexible decision makers and are social animals. But I wonder, is there anything particularly unique to the profession of being an auditor? You mentioned these 2 modes of thinking. You mentioned this professional identity. So is there anything that we cannot learn from, I would say, the general decision-making literature which does not study auditors? Is there anything unique to auditor decision-making that we could not know from, I would say, the more general organizational behavior literature?
That's a great question, and I could give you a really long answer. I think we had a perception, at least among academics, if not among practice as well, that auditors were somehow above all of this, right? There was definitely for the first, I would say, how many years? 40 years of doing accounting JDM research that there was a real strong belief that professionals, experts are very, excuse me, very cold processors, if you will, that they're very rational, all those sorts of things. So while it seems obvious in hindsight, we came from a place of thinking that professionals really were able to make completely different types of decisions in their professional life than they did in their normal kind of everyday personal life. So it was news to us, certainly. In terms of what can we, if I want to turn it around and say what can we give back to JDM research, I think what we're able to give back is we actually can study complex decision making because there are any number of complex decisions that auditors make on a regular basis. The psychology literature that we draw from looks primarily at kind of simple judgments, mostly because I suppose they run experiments with students in labs, and so they can't require a given set of expertise for participating in this study. So we run, we're able to learn more, what we've learned, like the top line headline that I gave you, sure, we know that from the regular JDM research, although it even took Kahneman quite a while to figure out what he had, right, after he started doing those great experiments. But what we've learned is, like, how does this work in a setting where the stakes are very high, auditors are expected to hold themselves apart from all of their incentives, and regulation demands that they hold themselves apart from all those incentives. So I think auditors really have a uniquely difficult task, and then when we've introduced fair value a couple decades ago, right, it became even more difficult. So I think the problems that auditors have are pretty unique. So figuring out how that psychology applies to them has been, really interesting.
Thanks very much. Labeling at least half of the audience as very unique persons. So thanks for that. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. In terms of flexible decision makers, isn't it intrinsic to the profession as you start with vague standards like more likely than not. You have standards like probable, and then you have reasonable assurance. So if you start with vague standards for accounting and then multiply them by vague standards for auditing, then it almost necessarily results in a flexible decision making. I would argue that it comes with the job. It's not something you can avoid or are even supposed to avoid.
I totally agree. So I was referring to flexible as we can do it by this set of processes or that set of processes, but you're absolutely right that, I mean, to me what you're saying comes down to professional judgment is always required, right? It's not as easy as verifying something and signing off. So auditors have always been required to apply judgment, and it's always difficult, especially that last, how did you call it, the last sign-off decision can sometimes be, you know, it ends up yes or no, right? But it's much, much, much more complex than that, and I think that's what makes auditor judgment so interesting to follow. And it's interesting that, you know, when we see our students, at least in the US, they tend to come to us with a fairly low tolerance for ambiguity, and then they learn that they need to increase that tolerance in order to be successful in this job.
Thanks, Kathryn. I apologize, I did not ask the audience to introduce themselves before raising a question, because I was that enthusiastic that they raised questions anyway. But from now on, I think it's good that people just...
I think someone in the back row should really test your abilities.
Oh yeah, there are many questions we have. Yeah, I also control time, that's why I have the...
Oh.
Okay, so Lucia Belora-Wiengräber, University of Groningen. And my question was about, Kathryn's kind of last sentence alluding to changes in the identity of auditors following all this introduction of AI. What would be your expectations as a researcher in which direction it goes? Because I could figure kind of two probably even opposites outcome of how it could go, and maybe also to the practitioners, what do you experience when talking with your auditors? How is that evolving? How do they see themselves? Do you already see changes? Also maybe when you hire people, what they expected they will be doing now compared to maybe what they expected 10 years ago? Do you see something?
Oh, they still want to make money.
Okay.
But maybe first, Kathryn?
I think you're in a much better position to answer the question. I just see it as a potential issue.
What new accountants want from the job?
Right.
Yeah. That's also not always clear to me. So I think that's more or less has not changed if you compare it with 30 years ago when I started. Because then I already had in mind that I wanted to learn something. So the learning mode, I think that is one of the things which we can more or less use if we want to increase the quality of our auditors. But the problem is, if I look at audit, then I see a lot of tasks within that audit, which is not that which is not about learning. It's standardized. These are standardized tasks, and sometimes I think it kills creativity. It kills more or less your brain. So therefore, I really believe that using technology can help to use things in our brains, which we are at the moment still better than computers, and that is to be creative, to have the feeling and the kind of sensitivity to address all kind of more judgmental topics, and then because probable, more likely than not, defined Sometimes I can feel it, but I cannot have the right rationale, and I cannot prove it whether it's probable, but I can feel whether it's probable. So therefore, I think we are much better than computers at the moment. And I think that if we look at students and young auditors, I think that they want to do these kind of things, but they go to other jobs because they don't want to do these routinized tasks. I heard that some smart students said to me that only stupid students are going to become auditor. Yeah, because the smart ones, the excellent ones, are going to do other things, more creative, more things in which they can be free. So that's when I heard that was last week. Then yeah, it bothered me. And I think using technology, it can be really helpful. Yeah. There were two other questions. The one.
We have time for one more question.
Yeah.
Who raised his hand?
Wow. Very impressive.
Hi there. My name is Frank Duim and I'm with Deloitte. So I was wondering regarding the role of technology. Does judgment not necessarily also implicate interpretation, and does that also require a personality? And to what extent would we think, well, technology, any form of technology, would be able to interpret facts in a particular context?
Yeah, I don't know about personality. I could see that someone could set a judgment rule for, a criterion basically, and as long as we have in the end a sign, don't sign, there could maybe be a criterion. I don't think anyone would want to do that, right? So I imagine that the human judgment is here to stay, at least for a while. Did you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I hope so. No. I think it's the same with doctors and all kind of other specialists using all kind of technology. I think it's very important that as a human that you help to interpret all kind of outcomes based on technology, and also that's probably more important to communicate it to other human beings. So I think it will still be quite difficult for all kind of artificial intelligence technology to communicate effectively with people. So I think it is very helpful if human beings stay involved as part of that process. So I consider it this kind of technology a tool which you can use instead of that they are going to do all the work of auditors completely. I cannot imagine that, but yeah. Never sure.
Evolution and no revolution. We're in the middle of a revolution. We consider to be an evolution. There is time for just, because we have half an hour break, but I think this is that important.
There's a question.
Good question.
Mike,
there we go. Rolf, can you?
Okay.
Good arm.
Yeah, I have a question. My name is Rolf Terhoeven, partner at Deloitte. I have a similar function as Dingeman. We also have worked together in the past, so that combines us. But it's especially to you both, and it is about the power of collaboration within audit teams. When I hear you, when I hear the presentation, which I by the way very appreciate, so thank you for that. But I got a little bit the impression that an auditor's judgment is also, let's say, experimented or examined in a kind of isolated way. And if I'm involved in complex audit matters, I'm often discussing not only with the audit partner, but also with the audit manager. Many times with the tax auditor, if there is a complex tax auditing question, or with the valuation, if it is about valuation of derivatives or impairment tests or whatever. We have the EQR, so this whole team is basically building up a kind of collective judgment. And we agree on it, and we say to the auditor, well, good luck in communicating it to the client, especially if it is in the category that you also mentioned, a client that is a little bit, let's say, square, as we call it in Dutch, vierkant, knowing that he will absolutely not appreciate, let's say, this message. But therefore, we have this collective team, and confining this message that, okay, we have an agreement with all these specialists, including EcoShirts, etc. So this is our opinion, and you have to live with it. So what is your how do you factor in these kind of, let's say, collective decision making, giving us this judgment, and also, of course, Dingeman, also for you, if you have a view on that, also very welcome.
Yeah, I think it's the practical issue for a lot of us is it's hard to do research on teams because, you know, we come ask you guys for participants and now we need 3 or 5 or 10 times as many participants. So there is a practical issue. I think there's a couple of responses I would make. One is someone still has to do the hard thinking and the work. I was going to say teamwork isn't magic, but it kind of is, and that's what a lot of researchers in the field are learning right now, that a lot of that professional identity comes actually from working with a team that you like. And I don't know, maybe these guys are going to talk about this sort of thing too. But there's a much greater appreciation for how important it is that you work well with the people that you work with, and how that team can really magnify, you know, your efforts. But in the end, I think someone still needs to provide the team with the pieces, and that's kind of where a lot of the research also focuses.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dingeman, do you have?
Now, one remark. Now, teams, I think within audit are extremely important. To come up with a good solution, on accounting or other auditing topics. But you can also have bad teams.
Yeah.
And I recognized in your presentation, if you, as a consequence of all kind of influences, power play within teams or not feeling safe, then I'm not sure whether a team is such a good idea to come up with solutions, because people are quite easy to follow all kind of views, which are not their own views, but are simply the view of the biggest ape in the team.
So do you think that the IT technology will help us convince clients if it becomes very, very difficult? I say, this is not only our view, but also from the systems, the algorithms.
I expect that it can help. Some teams already think that I can help them convince clients because they can't do it themselves. So I have to send the message. So no, seriously, I think it can really help because it's about facts and getting a grip on these facts and circumstances. And if computers can help to get all the information clear, then at least I think it's a very big step forward. Because nowadays I'm not always convinced that we have the facts complete.
Okay. If that happens without exposing yourselves, does it real add? So it's just a system. I don't have an idea as auditor, but the system says it's yes or no.
But maybe a lovely visualization that you wouldn't have thought to create yourself that shows you that it's that, yeah.
Thanks very much. May I have a big applause, please? I'm sure, Kathryn, wait, because you're the first presenters, but we do have something, a small gift, of course. You can open it later on, but I want to just in front of the audience. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And this is yours.
Thanks so much.
And Dingeman, also shake hands. That's still allowed. There you are. Okay. We have a break till 3, so I just used 10 minutes, but I think you paid, and you're here just to listen. So have a drink, and at 3 we'll continue. I know. Can you? Yeah, the mic is on again. So I would like to continue, and very happy that you were you really participated in the first session. So I really hope there will be an algorithm that will suggest that it only can become more than that. So very good, and thank you very much. Question came because I do some reflection during sessions or after sessions, that if you introduce yourself, it would be great if you just refer to if you're academic or practitioner, because that's for some people give some further background and understanding of questions and answers. So we have the next session, and that's moving audit teams forward 2.0. So that's something in future. That's a real development, and we have 3 persons who will involved in this session. One will just stay in the audience, I think. Wim, where are you? Yeah, you're there for the difficult questions. That's what I've been told, so that's good. And Therese and Petra will together they will present. And the interesting thing is that Therese is from academics and Petra is from practice. So together here, that's I think what we're looking for, and that's great. That's a kind of integration. So I'm very happy and just looking forward to see how you agree or disagree. But before that, I would like to introduce you both very briefly. Therese is Assistant Professor of Professional Learning and Decision Making at Maastricht University, and her research is focused on how learning at work translates into improved judgment and performance. And related to that, Auditors, she studies how a professional learning culture, that's it, professional learning culture, can increase the quality of judgment and decisions. And I think that's part of the topic of this session as well. And I know you're also very familiar with error management and things like that. So welcome and thanks very much. Petra is Petra Tijmstra. She is Director of Transformation at the NBA, the Dutch Institute of Accountants. And there we go. She's also Senior Transformation Manager, Culture and Behavior at PwC. So that's already the title raises expectations and questions. So very good. And you drive the cultural change within PwC. So maybe you're on your way to 2.0, and we're really curious to know how that works. So, ladies, I would say the floor is yours. And take your time. Not the whole day, but you both have the...
We have, yes.
Very good.
All right, thank you for this wonderful introduction, Philip. We couldn't have had a better introduction also before this break. So if we position what we have been working on in the past years in Kathryn's framework, we are very much located in her theme number 2, auditors as social animals, and we're looking at the dynamics within teams and how culture and behavior play a role in judgment quality, which then contributes to audit quality. So Philip has already introduced me, but I'm here on behalf of 2 of my colleagues actually. One is sitting over there, Wim Gijselaers. He has a background in psychology and statistics, and my background is more in learning and development in business. Our 3rd team member is Roger Meubissen, who you probably mostly all know, and he's the auditor in the team. And we were lucky enough to get one of the first grants by the FAR in 2017, I think. And today we're going to share with you our follow-up project from that FAR project, hence the 2.0. We're going to do things a little bit differently though. So it is not going to be me as the academic presenting to you the research we did and then having Petra here to add a little bit of practice flavor. We have chosen to do things quite differently because the way we engaged in the project also worked quite differently. So we're standing here together and we're going to give the whole presentation as a team.
Yes. So, I'm really excited to be here because I think the work Therese, Roger and Wim had done is really stunning and had helped us a lot to bring it further into the organization, also in collaboration. So that's why we are here together. And also in my new role, I think I see at the MBA that we are also bringing this work further. When we started this was a strategic project for PwC. We thought it was important, but now you see that this is also included in the ISAs. So if you look at the revised ISAs, you see a lot of the presentation is coming back. So I hope this will help you also to bring that more to the practice and really, work like that. So, yeah, I'm really excited.
All right. Then let me see if the clicker is doing anything. Not yet.
Not the technician, but the responsible, so let's...
All right. Essentially what we want to present today to you is 3 different things. The first thing is we would like to tell you a bit more about how we collaborated and how we came up with this research project together. And then we would like to have a combination of research findings and how these findings have already been implemented in practice by Petra, by her team and her colleagues. And we're going to look at 2 specific findings. First, we look at how teams engage with hierarchy and how feeling safe, Philippe already mentioned psychological safety, how that can help teams to bridge maybe some of the gaps that hierarchy can create. And finally, we're going to look at how teams can cope with complexity by stepping back and reflecting on how to improve one's approach once new information comes in. So for each of these things, there will be a combination of my academic side representing Women Roger, and then Petra will add input from practice representing her team. So let's start with our approach. Now, for the researchers in the room, if I say you are starting a new research project, what is the first document you're going to draft? It's the research proposal, right? We outline what is our question, why does it matter, what our hypothesis. Then from there, we try to find a firm that might be interested in this topic. We then share our instruments and we kind of hope for the best, right? And once we have a good response rate, then we go, we analyze, we share, we present, we publish, and then hopefully we give a little bit back to the company. That's not what we did with this project. None of these steps. We started the project very differently by looking not at presenting to PwC a research proposal, but actually by starting from shared curiosity. So we had worked together prior to 2018, and we knew that we were both interested, both sides, in judgment quality and what that would look like. So instead of us as researchers going to the company and saying, look, this is what we want to study next, we started talking, we find this interesting, you find this interesting. What is it that interests you? What is it that we already know from research? What is new? And based on that, we came up with our research idea together. And maybe Petra, you can share a bit what that looked like from your side.
Yes. So it was really exciting because we really had a talk. It was also mentioned, but we really talked about what interests you, what do we want, what do we know already, because a lot of research is about confirming what we know, while we have really deepened in what we already know, not putting it apart. So again, seeing what is key here and is it really like that, but also looking in deeper. We also have made it the first time they came in our organization and did their research was immediately an intervention. So it was an intervention immediately in the organization which already brought something. So from a change perspective, this is really nice because you already engage people in the process from the beginning on. And research help you, especially for high educated people, to say, okay, this is true. So the researchers brought something into this change process by building the data. So it was confirmed that it was true. So you make already the first step in change in accepting instead of this is not true, this is not my company or not my profession. So that really helped the change process from the beginning on.
So what we did come up with was, instead of a research proposal and then trying to convince the company to go along with that, we worked on a shared business case where we looked at what are the benefits of engaging in this research, who benefits in what ways. And that is something we tried to make very explicit from the beginning to get buy-in from all sides involved, from us, from the academic side, but especially from practice and everybody who would participate.
Yeah, so this is, I think, also something new for researchers to make that step also towards the practice. We work with business cases. We have to make sure that people have time, because then you get the data. We have to make sure that the board is behind it as well. So by building this business case together and really listening to each other about what is my responsibility, what is your responsibility, we never stood on each other's seat. But by collaborating, we made it bigger and more likely to take forward also for longer term, which had been done. Because this is not brushing your teeth once, you have to do it again and again and again. So it takes a longer time, and therefore it's really important, also from a change perspective, that you take it along. And that was, with this business case, done. So that was really nice. Yeah.
So then, the next thing we did differently, we already had found a firm that was interested, right? So skipped right across that step. And instead of finding a firm, we focused on creating a team. And we knew from the beginning that by looking at culture, behavior, and audit quality, we needed to combine insights from different perspectives. Having a monodisciplinary team would not have given us the insights, the methodologies to be able to do what we wanted to do. So we actually accidentally discovered that our team and your team had very similar expertises represented. So each of the teams had people that were an expert in auditing. Each of the teams had someone with a psychology background, had someone with a learning and development background, and Petra, as you can already hear, she's bringing the change management perspective. What that does is that we were able to understand each other's perspectives, we were able to understand what the other person was going for and why, and it gave us a shared language, which we think is something that is often the breaking point between academics and practitioners that can make it more difficult to co-create.
Yeah, I think really in this kind of projects it's really important to have all those multidisciplinary teams together. Accidentally we copied, or we were shadowing the same things. So in my team there was, in the central team there was Linda van Duin, who was the psychological background and learning and development background. Alice Notet and I had the audit background, and I had also the change background. And combining practice background with research background, which we did, made it really that we digged into to where we had to go. And that's why the research also was the foundation of our change program. So I think, this is, I see it now also in my new role at the MBA, that we copy this as well. And it also, it appears, but you need it, because, so I hope others have the same. Yeah.
All right, and then finally, instead of setting out an instrument, right, and trying to motivate people by email reminders, for example, to fill in your instrument, we found a different way of embedding the data collection that served both of our purposes a lot better than maybe previous approaches. And that was that we opted for co-creation. So I will tell you in a minute exactly how we did that research, but we integrated our research as an intervention in your annual training and development program, so that all auditors within the firm would take part in a session that would contain part of the research as well as a debrief. I will share more about that in a minute. And I think this was only possible, and this is one of the key things we have reflected on, is because we had a very respectful and very curious relationship, and everybody was sticking to their own strength. You didn't comment on research design, we didn't comment on what is relevant for practice.
Yes, and that was really nice. And although we did that, we also checked with each other, like, do I, for example, I really checked along a few times with, okay, do I, I've now put it in another context or another language, does it really resonate still, what you have what you've done, and is it really the outcome, the same outcome? So by really collaborating constantly and talking to each other, is this the right way? And also giving your observations back. For example, Wim sometimes said to me, okay, you have a specific language as PwC to give people, to illustrate where you want to head them to, etc. And that triggered something, which I will explain later on, to bring it into the program. So really sharing your observations, seeing what is held there, that's really important.
and that's only possible if we take a more long-term approach, right? If you want to change the organization, you have a change management mindset. That also means that you don't see research or the input you get from research as a quick fix, but as a starting point and something that helps you to maintain momentum in the change. And I think that's something we were both striving for and that we both value.
Yeah.
Now, what did we actually do? I hope you're curious by this point, because the research was designed to contribute and to be an intervention at the same time as collecting data. We opted for a setting in which we created realistic simulations that would give audit teams a shared experience in which they can then use to reflect and to rethink, to gain new knowledge on how to collaborate, what culture and behavior really does. So we developed these simulations together with experts from PwC. We have validated them with people outside of the company to make sure that it's balanced. And essentially, we set it up in a way that we can observe the kind of behaviors that teams engage in, and we can relate that immediately to their performance, and we can compare teams according to their performance. So we set it up in a way that the participants would come in, and I will paint you a picture in a second how that looked like. They would complete the simulation, they would go for a coffee break of 15 minutes. In the meantime, Wim, Roger, and I were frantically looking through our data, and we were immediately able to show teams how they compared to their peers. And that proved to be very motivating for participants in terms of taking the simulation seriously, but also it was a starting point for discussion and reflection that is harder to refute, right? The data is about me 15 minutes ago, and my team and what I did. It's harder to say, oh yeah, maybe in some research it's like that. No, this is me. What does that mean? And why is your team performing differently? I thought we were doing the same thing. We're not, and we get different results. Let's think about that. So by embedding the simulation with immediate feedback into a session that allows for debriefing and for in-depth discussion, where we could bring in more research, we were explicitly allowed to ask challenging questions. As an outsider, sometimes that's easier than an insider. We were really able to give people language and to have a starting point for thinking differently about how people work together in teams. Now, let me paint you the picture. So you are taking part in your firm's annual training and development program. You walk in, maybe you want to, maybe you don't. That's not really your choice because everybody is doing the same program. You walk into a room with 50 of your peers and you're greeted by 3 smiling researchers, and they invite you to sit down at one of the group tables according to your function level. So we have teams, 10 teams in the room that combine associates, seniors, managers, senior managers, and partners. You are introducing each other, and then you think, okay, what are we supposed to do? And then you are informed that there's a hypothetical client, there's a case here. So far, everything's been fine, no issues. However, life happened, and now you're faced with a going concern judgment. Obviously, that's a very complex task, and it's one of the key tasks that auditors do perform. And because of that complexity, it requires you to collaborate. We made that a little bit more challenging by distributing the necessary information the team would need to form a judgment across all of the hierarchical levels. So everybody had unique information, meaning if they don't talk to each other, no way they're going to form a well-supported judgment. As you can see, we have gray and blue papers here. Those represent that we gave both relevant and irrelevant information to each team member. What we then wanted to track during the simulation is what kind of information is the team actually sharing with each other. Hopefully, all of the blue papers would go up, right? That's not always the case. Sometimes you want to check if your information is really relevant or irrelevant. So then, which kind of behaviors enable teams to filter out the irrelevant information? And this allows us to compare the performance of teams by looking at the amount of relevant information items that were ultimately used to support your own judgment. So a team that has 3 blue items would be set to perform better than a team that only has 2, or one that has a lot of gray items in there. All right. Now we get to the sample, because this might be something that is very attractive for the researchers. Through this approach, we're able to get participation numbers that are different from those that we are normally limited to. And that allows us to study teams, for example, which is very hard to do with smaller numbers. So for this particular experiment, we had 492 participants, but this was one of several experiments that we ran within one summer. So we had an overall of about 1,200 auditors that participated. And that's an entire population, right? Nobody can opt out. You don't get the hyper-motivated ones or the really frustrated ones that want to show you. right? You get everybody. And that's a huge advantage in terms of the quality of the data and the results that you can get. Now, how did we measure performance? Again, it's the number of relevant and irrelevant information items that the team then includes in their final judgment, similarly to how regulators would look at audit efficiencies. Questions at this point before we dive into the results a little bit? Yes?
Were participants free to choose their team within the requirement of having all kinds of roles on board?
Yes, so the question was, were people free to choose who to work with? As long as they stuck to a function level that was as close to their own as possible, they were free to sit where they liked. So it were ad hoc teams. That means people were not necessarily familiar with each other before. Right, yes?
Sorry, was there a punishment for getting it wrong?
No, there was no punishment for getting it wrong, except that so the feedback we gave was you were able to identify yourself, but you were not able to be identified by others, right? So other people in the room could not tell that maybe your team did a bit worse than someone else, but you would be able to spot it yourself. So we said, look, this is what the average person did, this is how much happened here, and you would of course know what you just did. So you can reflect, but there's no blaming or shaming in front of other people. Because psychological safety.
Yeah, exactly. That was also a very important part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking, sorry, who I am, I'm Anneke Thorson and I'm from the FRC in London. The reason why I'm asking this is because obviously in a real life environment, auditors do feel that there is a punishment for getting it wrong. So I'm just wondering, you know, how the research then brings that back to the real life situation.
Yeah. So that is not something we took explicitly into account. One of the reasonings was that if at the team level you are not sharing yet, it's more likely to escalate to a level where you as a regulator would get interested. But to practice sharing and to understand the conditions under which that can happen, we didn't intend to bring in punishment at that moment in time. I think that is something that everybody carries with them anyway. But we were, yeah, it was more about letting them experience what a positive environment can look like and what it can mean.
And perhaps we can dig into that a little bit later on, because we are going to talk about it as well. So I will think about it later on. Yeah.
How did you scale relevant, irrelevant? Just relevant, irrelevant, or a scale?
So we distinguished critical items. Everybody got 2. If you don't have those, you're in trouble. We have 2 that are irrelevant. If you have those, you're in trouble. And then we have the relevant ones in the middle, probably really good to have them. But we didn't rank them, so we had experts later on go and rank and categorize them, which overlapped to a large extent with the way that we had designed the relevance of the items we provided. All right, one more question, and then we go into the results. There will be more time for questions.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dennis Velter from the University of Groningen. I'm an academic. So I think this is the hidden information paradigm, if I'm correct, right? From
yes.
social psychological research. Okay. Again, maybe my question that I also asked before, what is unique about the setting? So is there anything unique that you would learn from this study among auditors that you would not learn from studying other teams in the same hidden information paradigm?
So one advantage we have over existing hidden profile tasks is that we're able to study hierarchy in a natural setting where people have actual hierarchical differences in student teams that's assigned. The second thing is that we have a lot of control over complexity that would translate to real life findings, which with tasks that are designed to, for example, in which person lives in which house, that has which color, that has which kind of flowers in front of it, that is where the original thing came from. That doesn't tell us a lot about professional judgment and professional knowledge. And with an applied task, that is something we can add. We do think it will translate beyond auditing, though. We don't think that these results are exclusive to auditing. Does that help a little bit? All right. Should we continue? All right. Then let's dive into the results. First thing we looked into is the role that hierarchy plays within teams when it comes to sharing information. Hierarchy is something we all understand quite intuitively. We even noticed when people walked into the room of the simulation, they would introduce themselves at the table they were seated with their first name, their hierarchical level, and their location. So if you walk in and you are Petra, partner Amsterdam, that's fantastic, right? If you are Petra, senior associate Groningen, right? That has a different connotation. So we noticed right away that the way people tried to take stock of each other was through hierarchy. Prior research has shown that hierarchy can impede you from sharing information, especially if you're at the bottom, right? You don't want people to think you're stupid. You don't want people to judge you negatively. Maybe you're bringing something in that doesn't really matter. It's very uncertain. So how can we help people to overcome that risk that they may have to take within a hierarchy? And that's where psychological safety comes in. Philip, you have already introduced it. That means you can disagree, you can challenge, you can question, you can say that you made a mistake, you can admit that you don't know something without people thinking you're stupid. That's the main thing. If you don't have that social fear, then research has shown you're more likely to be open, to share, and to have a better team process. Before I share the results, let's do a quick poll. I'm interested what you think. Who in a team do you think feels the most psychologically safe? Is it the youngest people in the room? Associates, senior associates? No takers. All right, managers? No takers. Let me guess, partners? Yeah, everybody. All right, you're correct. If you're a partner or director very high up, you will feel the most safe. And I will show you exactly later why that might be a slight issue. We did find, surprisingly, that the managers actually experienced a dip in how safe they felt. They felt less safe than the senior associate, and they felt less safe than the senior managers. And we concluded that this might be the case from our post discussions and our interactions as well, that managers are growing into a new role. They suddenly have much more responsibility for the process of the team, for connecting the top and the bottom of the team, and to bring everything together. And that adjustment process may take some time before they feel they have footing, and that can feed into their psychological safety. So let's keep this in mind, and let's see what hierarchy and safety can do to information sharing. Our outcome here is the number of relevant information items that the team ultimately included, right? The number of blue papers in the bubble on top of the team. And we have the different levels that people took in the simulation. Now, everybody got 6 of these relevant information items, except for the associates and the managers. They each got 5. So the maximum they could share is 5 here. Let's look at one group of our participants first, those people that didn't really feel psychologically safe. So they may feel like, nah, I don't know these people, maybe they don't like me, I don't really know what happens. How do you think that translates to sharing information? Who would share the most? Partners, associates, or the middle level? Who thinks partners will share most? All right, quite a lot of people. Who thinks managers share most? Also some takers. Who thinks associates and senior associates? Okay, a few takers, so it's a little bit different, this picture, from psychological safety. Let's see what happened. Pretty predictable, right? Noticeable though, the partners felt the most safe, yet even if they don't feel safe, they still contribute the most. Let's keep that in mind when I show you the second curve that then represents the people that felt reasonably safe or very safe. So they don't feel any qualms about sharing information, they're not afraid what will happen. What will that curve look like? What do we think? Does it change at all? Hands up if you think it will change. Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't be sharing it with you, right? All right. Do you think that the partner will share less? No? Do you think the associates will share more? All right. Bang on the dot. We found that those people that reported higher than average safety, in those teams, everybody shared the same amount. We didn't find any difference in how much these team members shared. In the research that is called equivocality, everyone's input counts in the same way. Remember that the partners felt the most safe, right? We didn't find a significant difference for them how much they shared, whether or not they felt safe. That also means if a partner doesn't feel safe, this person may be less attuned to how their team members feel, even though it may not affect their own behavior. So that's an interesting implication for practice. Petra will tell us a bit more about that. We did find a huge change for the lowest rank, right? They shared half of what they would have been able to share, and now they shared more than half, which is great. For senior managers, there was also an improvement. So with psychological safety, everybody shares the same amount. This effect is largest at the bottom of the hierarchy. But now the big question is, of course, how do you create safety, right? It sounds really easy, but I think we all have a feeling that it's not quite so easy once we're asked to put it into practice.
Yeah, and perhaps to be sure, the psychological safety, how people perceived it, was asked in the intervention. So doing the intervention, people felt safer or not. First we looked at how can we bring psychological safety more to the workplace, and what does it contains, right? Psychological safety. So we have looked into research from University of Maastricht, but also others, and combined those information, and we made it the language of PwC. So we made it the language that resonates also with our people. So to start with, psychological safety, when we did this research, now it's all over the place, but at that moment it was nowhere. So people thought it was soft, something you don't want to be seen with. So we took another language for it. So learning environment was something that was already in the organization. So we made it safe learning environment. Then we looked up, like the work of Amy Edmondson, etc. How can you create a safe learning environment? Which elements does it entail? And then we said, okay, make connection is one, for example. Recognize the value. For example, making connection at that point of time, people thought when they brought coffee to somebody else, they were making connection, while connection is something broader. So we brought that further. The same with being present and listen. How does that work? So we did interventions like this, and also learning interventions in the 10% classroom safety, but also we had an ambassador network and change partners. And we asked them to just have the month with being present and listen, and examine a little bit about, experiment a little bit with being the last to speak as manager or partner. They find it really difficult. So they came back and said, okay, I've tried it, but during the process, I was stuck. I was like, okay, we have to go that way. So it was doing these experiments and giving that back and forth. We knew what we had to do. We always combined this with the audit process and the audit content, because if you say, okay, this is behavior and this is content, you split it while it's so integrated, right? What do I want to say about this more? Yeah, it's of course the function levels. It's your research really. People were conscious. It brought people to another level of consciousness. But it is the same with cultural backgrounds, of course. So you deepen this further. Recognizing the value of each person, that was also something that was really difficult. I don't know if you know that there is a compliments day once a year, but we use that to start giving compliments. And we said, okay, here you have some postcards. Just write down what you think was really special, what you really thought was contributing to your audit. Also, people find it really hard to write it down. But when they did it, they received immediately feedback from the other person. Because it's so nice that you have been seen and that somebody knows what you have done. So those postcards are still in the pockets of people at home because it was something. And that was something we said, okay, it's not that one time a year event, right? It's just a start that you do it constantly. And of course you give back what you want to improve. But it's also good to say what a person has contributed. So, I said something about the language. I think that's really important, that it resonates. Otherwise people will go off. We really linked it to the PwC values and behaviors. And we will talk a little bit about it after as well. But for example, understand every individual, do the effort to understand every individual, recognize the value, support others to grow, share ideas, knowledge. We will talk a little bit further on interaction. And then it's about speaking up, asking questions. So we really linked it to the behavior that we wanted to see as a firm. And this is our items that are now in the ISAS revised. So if you look at the 2020 revised, the engagement leader is now responsible to make sure this environment will take place on their audits. So we were a little bit ahead, but I think it's really important to look at this, and we are also not there yet, because it takes time and it takes constantly effort. You can't stop with this. You can't say, okay, I have done it. No, it's like brushing your teeth. You don't know how many times you have to do it, but you know, if you stop, you will get holes in your teeth, right? So that is the same with this. If you stop it, it's gone. So yeah.
Have to catch it.
No.
Thanks, Petra. I am curious if you analyze the ad hoc, the teams, the ones that selected themselves versus the assigned teams. My research team with Elena and Anne Strelen and Olaf Bick, we find that when partners select their managers, it turns out they have more similar working styles, and this can flow through and have an effect on the audit performance and how the team feels. So in a sense, teams that select themselves may already have some kind of feeling of comfort with each other. It might be interesting to analyze that data.
Exactly. And you can also say, do we want this then?
We look at that as well.
Yeah, so we have seen that this was coming up in some sectors in our firm, in some teams.
Statistically, we find about 2/3 of the audit teams, the partner selects the man.
Sorry.
Important.
Yeah.
Our data from the Big 10 firms in the foundation, we find that about, it's about 2/3 of the engagements the partner selects the manager. That's across all firms, of course. So it's a pretty high percentage.
Yeah. So I don't have to talk in this. So what we found was we see that teams that are too long together, that isn't helpful. That's one thing. That's another point, but that's one thing.
Is this like in real life or?
In real life. So.
We're ad hoc teams, so we can't speak to the difference between self-selection and ad hoc. All of our teams in this research were ad hoc. So this is your own experience.
Yeah, so our own experience was that. So our planned all over the company at once. So to mix also the teams and also the sectors, to mix sectors, because we saw that there was a whole environment coming up in separate divisions, and so that's one part. The other part is you were talking about it, about the fear that there exists. It's really important to have the psychological safety to overcome it for what is, for the level that is, can be done, right? So, because fear is really not a good advisor. So, giving that psychological safety more and more attention is really important to bring it further. So that's why we started there, and then come back a little bit to the interaction.
All right.
Oh.
Is it possible to ask a question?
In the interest of time, can I delay it just?
Okay,
good. Thank you. All right, because we have one more result we would like to share, and one more outcome that really was key to Petra and how you and your team were approaching your strategic change. And that is how teams approach and cope with complexity, especially if it's changing in the task. So complexity, you may think, well, you had a going concern case, that's always complex, right? That is something you know ahead of time. But there's a flavor of complexity that you cannot know at the start of the audit and of the task, right? As information becomes available to you, as more and more information comes in, as you move through the steps, unexpected information may come in that changes how you look at your client and how you will form the judgment. So we distinguished in our research, we did 2 experimental conditions where we fed people the same information but framed it slightly differently. In one case, the lower complexity part, things didn't look fantastic for the client, not disastrous, but things pointed towards a situation where it's probably not going to be great. The high complexity situation, we presented information that would outweigh each other. So every time there's something that doesn't look good for the client, there's something that does, that is equal. This means that you are forced to disagree with each other, to weigh the information, which is a much harder social process than just saying, oh yeah, I find the same, me too, me too. So that's more difficult. To help teams cope with this type of complexity, we then gave half of them an intervention that took them 6.5 minutes. That's it, 6.5 minutes. And this intervention was designed to foster their reflexivity. Reflexivity means that I stop, I stand back, and I evaluate, is what I'm currently doing actually getting me the results that I need? I can do that at the beginning to plan, but I can also do that when I notice that things are going a bit south. So what was that intervention? We borrowed this from healthcare. It's called a before action review. And it forced the partners in our teams to answer 4 questions with their team before advancing in the case, before they got access to the information proper. Those questions were, who here at our table has experience with this task? Oh, you have experience, you do, but you don't and you don't. Now I know. Based on your experience, what are things that we need to keep focused on, what is our goal, but also what are things that could go wrong that we need to pay attention to and we need to plan ahead for? What are the kind of behaviors that will help us to get there? What are the behaviors that will not help us to get there? And how do we hold each other accountable? Right? For the academics in the room, it's easier to tell a student, hey, we agreed to all be prepared. Why are you not being prepared? Much easier than explaining halfway through the semester that preparation is really part of the whole thing. Right? Same thing counts here. So teams went through these questions, 6.5 minutes on average, that's it. In healthcare, we know that this contributes to patient safety, it reduces the number of mistakes that are being made, and it also helps with retention, especially of lower hierarchy team members. Now, let's see what the effects are, this time on the number of irrelevant items included. So the gray pieces of paper that were in the bubble on top of the team. We want this to be as low as possible, right? We want to have all the relevant information in there. We want to filter everything out that is irrelevant. Now, for those people that didn't do the intervention, who do you think filtered out more irrelevant information? Teams that had lower complexity or teams that had higher complexity? Filtering out more effectively who thinks it's in the lower condition. Cluster over there, a little bit. Okay. What we actually found was really good news. Teams seemed to recognize when they were faced with more complexity by already filtering out more of the irrelevant items. That means teams realize, oh wait, we have to look really, really carefully, which is fantastic. Because if you see, we still have 11 items there in the lower complexity thing, that's not really great, right? So question, of course, is did our intervention enable the teams to push that whole line down? And would we be able to erase the difference between the complexity conditions? I wouldn't have shown you this graph if we didn't, right? So what we found was with this reflexivity intervention, 6.5 minutes, there were no differences anymore between the complexity conditions, and the number overall of irrelevant items included is significantly reduced. That's very, very little time. In addition, we found that teams that were in our reflexivity condition felt more psychologically safe. We sense a theme here. They were asking for more additional information. They were also showing more behaviors that are generally associated with a better team process. Sharing information, building on each other, having constructive conflict, and they were engaging in reflexivity more spontaneously throughout the process of forming the judgment. And this brings us to the final message for today, that it's all connected.
Exactly. And what you see here is also something, so it's more efficient, right? And that is also a selling point of this whole thing in practice, right? So that was the first thing.
Petra, just FYI, we have about 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes, okay. And I will speed up.
Oh wait,
no.
Go back once.
Oh. Yeah, so quality of decision making, we talked about the safe learning environment. If that's there, people are willing to share their information, to open to give feedback, challenge each other, they're open to it. They don't think, oh, it's my fault or I've done something wrong, right? So you get a real conversation, and then you have to conclude on your behavior and actions. And then people take action and reflect again and give deflections also back. So it's a system that, if you do it right, it will build up to another stage. So people find it, we said, okay, we have to say, so we heard just what the intervention was, which really was short. And we said, okay, there are 3 steps. You have to share information and ideas. You have to challenge each other, so discuss possible scenarios, perspectives, very important in cases of probable fraud or going concern issues, etc. So the more complex items you have to do this. And then conclude on behaviors, roles, and actions. And then the timing, we heard just an intervention that you can really use in the kickoff when you start, but also when you start a new phase or a new step in your audit. So you can use this in the kickoff, taking stock meetings, and in your end final, but also unplanned. And there we had to find a real nice word. So strategic timeouts it became, and it was really collaboration of all of us. So I don't know who came up with the word, but that really resonates. And then people said, okay, but when do I have to take such a timeout? And then I come back to Kathryn's conversation at the beginning. It's when time pressure comes up, a lot of information comes up, unexpected challenges, but you can also see it if the team is not connecting anymore, but just working in their own environment, behind their own desks and their own computers. That's the right time to say, okay, we have to take such an item. Well, as I said, we had an ambassador network, which were role modeling this, which were giving us feedback, what does people find difficult. And what we find out is that people said, okay, I find it really difficult to initiate such a strategic timeout. Why should I be the person? Because there's a partner and there's a manager, and who am I, right? So we said, okay, we have to give it a role. It was not to stay there, but we said, okay, we have to give them the BMR role. That was, everything is short with us. So the behavioral management role. And we said, okay, still the engagement leader is ultimately responsible, but the behavioral management role will manage that behavioral process in the team, and for that time he can take intervention. He can create a timeout, or she, and start that whole process. But every team member is also important that they contribute to that. Also, that is just now in the ISAs 220 revised. This is mentioned, all kind of things like this. You can read it out. So, okay, but I find it also very difficult to intervene, right? How do I start? People didn't know how to start. They know how to start a conversation about the content, but how to start a conversation about behavior and what they see and how to start an intervention like this. They really find it difficult. So we said, okay, we have to help them with their first sentence, because if they help them with the first sentence, they will come up with the rest, because they have conversations every time, every day, every minute, right? So we said, okay, you have indirect manners, explicit moments. So we gave them a few starter points to help them to start such a process. And of course, every team is different, but this helps really, yeah.
Maybe one concluding message. It's a compliment that I would like to give to Petra and her team, because as she mentioned, creating a culture change is like brushing your teeth, right? Once won't do it, then you get holes and pain, and that doesn't really work. So if you're implementing any of those things that Petra has mentioned without having a culture that is supporting that is giving people purpose of why they should engage in these behaviors, it might feel like just another thing you have to do on top of everything else. We all know how that feels. Nobody likes that feeling. So the cultural element, the values that underpin those behaviors, that is what we as researchers really see to be at the core. And I also would like to thank you because you made my work infinitely more purposeful and motivating by being able to see things being implemented and having a real life impact. So I would like to thank you very much, and I would like to thank you in the audience as well. I'm looking at our organizer, if we can have 2 questions.
Yes, sure, sure.
Perfect.
And the other things? Nou wil ik wel nog even het eindwoord.
2 questions.
Oh yeah, one more thing. There is more. We have done a lot more research. Petra has implemented things a lot more. Please come and find us during any of the breaks. We're more than happy to chat.
Question?
Yeah?
That was a good snag, I think. Hey, could you connect the dots between the concept of psychological safety and the concept of inclusion that we hear a lot about in the world today?
Yeah. Well, from a research perspective, psychological safety may express itself differently depending on the identity that you bring to the table. So if I'm from a more collectivistic culture originally, so my family handles things very differently from the families of my friends, right? Who are more individualistic. So how I express my safety may be different from someone else. The important thing is that I understand the intention behind that behavior and that I keep an open mind towards why someone is doing that. And asking that question why is already a really good step towards safety before assuming that maybe you wanted to do something mean, right?
Yeah. And perhaps to add on that, because in practice we see a lot of, we select on differences, etc., but how to get that inclusion is also about the safety that we just mentioned and the interaction. So also that system that I showed you will increase the inclusion that people feel, because their perspective are asked for and are taken into account in the whole process. So besides psychological safety, also the interaction is really an important part to get a real inclusion.
Thank you. I can imagine there are many more questions. Will you both be in tonight and tomorrow?
Tonight,
Great,
yes.
good, because there's only one question I think that we can.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. I'm Christian Peters from Tilburg University. So you find a lot of positive things related to psychological safety. And I wonder, did you find also some dark sides or maybe challenges for the audit firms when implementing this? For instance, were also more irrelevant cues included when there was more psychological safety?
Interestingly not, because the origin of the concept comes from Amy Edmondson, a professor at Harvard Business School. And she says that safety is not feeling cozy or agreeing with everything, but being able to have the hard conversation. So we found more irrelevant items being included the moment that I felt less safe. Because maybe my partner says, okay, this is what I have, what do you guys have? And then nobody dares to say, yeah, but the bean chair order really doesn't matter, right? And then that just keeps getting escalated. So it's not about just, oh yeah, everything is fine and cozy. It's about having that tough conversation in a respectful way that's not about the person, but about the content. As long as there's accountability, right, along with it, which I don't think is something that is missing in accounting necessarily, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have a final question. Is there a partner from PwC who can tell how difficult it is to use language in line with values and behavior?
Sorry, to use language in line with values and behaviors? I'm not sure if it's difficult. I think the difficult thing is to make sure it is consistently being used without it being artificial. You know what I mean? Because you don't want it to look like a trick, or people are doing it because we decided that everyone should do it, right? So it's slowly embedding it in the organization and that everyone feels it. I think that's the difficult part. Yeah, and that's why it takes a long time and endurance and repetition and examples, etc. That's how you create the atmosphere in which it is natural to do.
But if you're angry, you count to 10 before shouting.
Well, that's and then not shout at all after the 10. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your response. And may I have a big applause for the two presenters.
Nou, heb ik jullie iets kunnen bedanken.
I can only say this is the example of cooperation and doing things together. So, my compliments. I think it was great, and I think, Jan, this should be one of the. We should strive to have all the presentations like you do. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you.
Okay, Therese. Petra, first.
Thank you.
Then you're present. Thank you.
There we are. So I think it's just a delay.
Time difference.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's jet lagged, just like me. So my flight was a little delayed, so I just arrived in Amsterdam's airport at about 11:30. So a good quality of a good expert is having good excuses sometimes. So I think if I'm not intelligible at any point, I'm just going to blame the jet lag. And if I am intelligible, I'll say it was a heroic effort that I just plowed right through. I want to thank everybody for attending. Thank you to the FAR. It's a fantastic effort to build a bridge between practice and academia. I don't just like the FAR because you've supported a bunch of my projects. I actually do believe this is a fantastic intention, and it's showing some dividends. And I actually presented this paper before in 2019, and it was actually the last time I was in the Netherlands because a few things happened in the meantime. So just to give you a sense of where this the project timeline is, this was a project that was awarded in 2017. And you'll see we've done a couple rounds of data collection. The first round of data collection was a survey to help inform a manipulation, and it's an important thing to do because this project is about status. And then we had to do our best to, for our academic colleagues, particularly to preserve internal validity of the study, to make sure that what we're studying is actually status, to separate status as best we can from competence. Which is a closely related construct. And as you can see, after that survey data collection, we actually had the main experimental data collection was done quite a bit of time ago. in late 2018, and I presented the sort of the initial findings. And the project has evolved since then, including adding another experiment, and then several rounds of review at the accounting review. And if my editor, or my editor's not in the room, but if my reviewers are in the room, or either one of them, they did a fantastic job. And the project has really, really benefited from their comments. So we'll hopefully we'll be cautiously optimistic about that one. Yes, Jerry, are you my reviewer? In which case, I'll really say nice things to you.
Give me the box. This is important.
This is important. Where is the box?
Right there.
Oh, there it is. I love this thing, by the way. I've got to get one for my house.
Thank you. Okay, to our friends in the foundation, it's really important to look at that timeline because academic research is not like an audit, that you do it and it's done. Look at the award, the data collection, the experiment. We're like 3 years before you really have a paper that you're comfortable presenting in public. Then you layer on another 3 or more years to get it through the publishing process. My beginning PhD students struggle with this same thing, the timeline. They don't understand. Most of the world operates on a much shorter time cycle. Good research proceeds really slowly. And like Justin, I am deeply indebted to the foundations for supporting it, but I'm equally aware sometimes there's some grumbling, well, why aren't you producing more work? Well, this is the reason. Good research in any academic field takes time. Polio wasn't invented, the vaccine wasn't invented overnight. The AIDS multi-cocktail solution wasn't invented overnight. Good research is a slow, tedious process.
Maybe one thing, for that reason, there's also practice notes, right? So where you tell us, where are you? And this is important too. So we have, we do have this intermittent procedure where people publish, right? And so that also happens in between.
If good research proceeds slowly, then my research must be outstanding because it proceeds very slowly. No, it is. It really is. It really is. And I'm thrilled to be presenting it here. This poll everywhere. I don't know if this is I'm not logged into the widget, so this isn't going to work. And rather than having you sit there and watch me fight with the login, I'm just going to ask the audience here. This is just a shout out some answers. What are the characteristics of a good expert? And it doesn't even have to be an expert in GAAP or audit methodology. It could be an expert in anything. What do you look for in an expert? Knowledge. Knowledge about what? Yeah, it should have knowledge in the area in which they are an expert. I like that. That's a good starting point. Jerry. Experience in what? The task. All right. That's good. That's funny. So in the United States, the rules for expert testimony say that in accounting, an accountant doesn't actually have to have expertise in the area they're testifying in. In medicine, you do, but in accounting, you don't. So Jerry, you're setting a higher standard.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Track record of admitting when he or she is wrong.
Oh my goodness. What's your name?
My name is Joost.
Joost, that is a great answer. Yeah, I'm gonna give him a anybody else? Curiosity. Could you expand on that?
You're never done being an expert. You can't be done.
Oh, so like wanting to learn, wanting to improve, maybe find things you don't know, or that you're not good at. Very good. Anybody else? Sure.
Ability to communicate your expertise, so tell what's.
Right. Your expertise is not very valuable if you can't actually share it with someone else. Yeah, we're all experts in our own minds, right? Gray, the gray. Rolf, nice to see you again, by the way. Balding. Well, we'll accept balding in addition to gray hair. For when we won't apply that standard. Nice to see you again, Henriëtte. This is great. There's a lot of, and what's great about this is that there's a lot of items that were just mentioned. In fact, everything except competence, knowledge.
Like, none of those things are in auditing standards saying experts or specialists, what we call in the United States, should have these characteristics beyond knowledge, and they also say objectivity. But other than that, I don't hear anything about admitting that you're wrong or curiosity or any of that stuff. So we're going to be talking today about a characteristic of experts that also is not in the standards, but we believe has a very strong effect on how auditors evaluate experts and are willing to rely upon their input. And that is the expert's social status. And I see I did something. This is not a very, in the United States, we have the Americans with Disability Act. This is not an ADA compliant graphic right there, defining social status. So that, when we say a social status, what we mean is a comparative ranking of people, and this doesn't just have to be people, it can be objects, groups, companies can be high status. Deloitte, KPMG, and the rest of the big four are higher status firms than, say, a Grant Thornton or a smaller firm. That doesn't mean they're better, but they are higher status in that they have a higher ranking and are afforded more esteem, honor, and admiration in society. And I love this quote because it supports what my beliefs are and my arguments, but it also is true. It's a defining characteristic of human interaction that persists in almost every social group there is. Status just emerges almost immediately and naturally. And in many ways, because it's adaptive, we've evolved to recognize status. It's important. So before I jump into this paper, I just want to say our biggest hurdle so far, it's actually good news. The biggest hurdle this paper has confronted and my colleagues, my co-authors Anna and Kathryn, I think, can attest to this. I should have acknowledged you at the beginning, but now I'm going to acknowledge you right now. Sorry. Selfish me. It's really been this resistance to the idea that status is different from competence. That people are high status because they're really good at what they do. And maybe this is just an effect of having presented the paper in the United States primarily and in a United States journal. Maybe this is a more United States style, American style belief in the just world hypothesis that we all are where we are because we deserve it. People are at the top because they deserve it. People are at the bottom are there because they deserve it. Anybody who was following U.S. politics between 2017 and 2021 can probably guess. I wouldn't say that those who are high status and at the top actually deserve to be there. But you know, we'll go on with that. But I think a big part of this belief is this idea that maybe what we're saying is that what I'm going to talk about. I sometimes give the impression, or the paper gives the impression, or when we talk about it, when academics get together, Jerry can attest to this, especially audit academics, we always are looking for a problem. We want to find that problem, and we want to show a mistake that auditors are making, and that's not what we're doing here. I'm not so sure that anything that we're showing here is actually a mistake. And let me just tell you what our predictions are based upon theory. We have really three predictions, and they all relate back to social status. We'll just do these left to right. The first is that talking about perceptions and assessments of the expert's competence and influence, that social status is going to inflate those perceptions. So you're going to view a high status person as more competent and more influential than a low status person. And we predict that this is going to increase auditors' reliance or willingness to rely upon the specialist's input when there's uncertainty, and especially in these two sets of conditions. Our second hypothesis is that auditors will be more willing to follow input from a high status expert as opposed to a moderate status expert when there is disagreement with the client's estimate. You're going to be more willing to push back when a high status expert tells you to push back or suggests you can push back. And this is a good thing, I believe. The third hypothesis is that when experts agree with the client but provide weak justification, auditors are going to be more willing to rely upon the high status expert than the moderate status expert. So maybe willing to give the high status expert the benefit of the doubt. Like, you probably knew what you were talking about, you just didn't really write it out that well. And this could lead to less pushback. And so just to give you a quick sense, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the experiment. I'm probably going to skip over some of the slides just because I think I was grandstanding here at the beginning, so I just couldn't help myself. We'll get past this quickly. So we did our first experiment. It was an experiment with 170 Dutch auditors. The case involved assessing an aggressive discount rate used in an estimate to value investment properties. And each auditor receives input from an expert. So there are 6 different conditions that that an auditor could have seen. Everybody sees the same case with slight differences. And the slight differences amount to half of the auditors see a high social status expert, half see input from a moderate social status expert. And we manipulate this using cues. You remember going back to that, where is it? Right there. That survey data collection, that second item, we started off by trying to figure out, well, what are those items that auditors in practice associate with high status? And maybe not so much with knowledge or competence. So we use those cues to manipulate status in our experiment, and then we manipulate also, each auditor sees one of 3 expert reports. There's kind of a standard report, that strongly justified agreement, that probably happens a lot in a lot of cases, it's probably the majority of the time. And you can see the different attributes of the input. There could be a test of the mathematical validity of the model, an independent WAC analysis, a discussion of macroeconomic risks, and then assigning the reasonable range, the client being at 4.7%. And the strongly justified condition, they pretty much do everything. They'll do an independent analysis, address macroeconomic factors and quantify them as small, and then reach a conclusion that the client's rate, while aggressive, while at the more aggressive end of the continuum, is still all right. The weakly justified agreement condition still says the client's doing fine. The client's assessment here, their estimate is right in the reasonable range, but then they don't really do a great job. They use the client's model and data instead of doing an independent analysis. And they mention the macroeconomic risks, but they don't quantify them at all. They just say this could be an issue, which if you're in practice, now it's been a long time since I've had quote unquote a real job, but I don't think many auditors in the field would want to see that type of thing. This might be an issue. Well, is it or is it not? And the strongly justified disagreement condition, they do the same things that the strongly justified agreement condition does, except they conclude, well, this is a large effect, and thus the client's estimate is not reasonable. And so what we find here, we find support for the first 2 predictions and not the third. So we find that social status inflates perceptions of an expert's influence and competence, and it does when auditors receive a disagreeing input from a high status specialist. They're more willing to follow that input and push back on the client. We don't find support for H3. I'm not going to talk about this a whole lot. We actually do a second experiment. If you remember that long timeline, there was a second experiment. We do a second experiment to explain this, but that experiment has a lot more to do with what's going on inside the auditors' heads, and I don't know that has as much relevance to the purpose of this conference, which is, how are we generalizing this out into the field and making improvements to audit practice? I think there's a lot more work to do on that one, so I won't talk as much about that. But I want you to bear with me for a second, because the story I told so far is actually not a bad story. It's that we found a way that auditors are going to push back more on aggressive client estimates. I think that's a good thing, right? And I don't know that what we're identifying is really a problem here, but in this story, in this study, I think the real story is about the journey, not the destination, to paraphrase Ralph Waldo Emerson, a great U.S. American author and philosopher. So it's not really about this simple causal relationship where expert status affects auditor beliefs about the most reasonable estimate a client could use. No, it's more about that journey and how these the perceptions of the expert's competence and the expert's influence really influence the auditor's beliefs about the client's most reasonable estimate. And what's interesting here, in both cases, expert status increases perceptions of competence on the left, influence on the right. And this is going to affect auditor beliefs in both cases. But the interesting thing here is how we get here. The conditions in which this causal relationship actually holds. Auditors, expert status influences perceptions of competence, and this in turn influences auditors' perceptions of the most reasonable rate when the expert provides strongly justified agreement. Auditors really care about the expert's competence when the expert agrees with the client. However, when the expert disagrees with the client, that's when auditors care a lot about influence, that thing that's more unique to this concept of social status. And so the first takeaway here is that really what the process envisioned by audit standards, where you evaluate a specialist's competence or an expert's competence and then rely on them based upon that assessment of competence, that really fits the most common scenario in which everybody kind of agrees. There's probably no problem. But it doesn't really, the standards don't really describe the scenario. The standards don't really talk about influence. They don't talk about status. And they don't really describe that scenario, envision the scenario of how auditors actually do this in their heads in the scenario in which we're probably most concerned about auditor willingness to agree with the specialist. And so we do one more thing here, and I think I presented this the last time too. But getting inside auditors' heads, the bottom line here is auditors in our experiment at least, and there's always a bit of a noise in translating or generalizing from an experiment to real life. But auditors are perfectly aware of what they're doing here. And I'll tell you what we do. There's an add-on to Experiment 1. So after they did all that stuff, making their judgments about the client's estimate, evaluating the specialist, we say, okay, now assume now you just got one more piece of information about the specialist. And it was one of these three things. From left to right, the specialist is a registered evaluator, the specialist is a certified European financial analyst, or the specialist plays tennis with firm leaders. So now, these two on the left here, those are valid competence signals. The one on the right, you may think that it's valid if you are, in fact, a person who plays tennis with firm leaders and you want to think that they're doing that because you're smart. But that's a status cue right there. And what's important about this is if you just look at this set of results, I'm not going to put up too many graphs here. But this is just a graph of the change in auditors' competence assessments. The orange line represents the auditors who saw disagreeing input. The blue line is auditors who saw agreeing input, and you're going to see there's not much difference between those two lines. And then what you really want to focus on here is those who saw the tennis cue and those who saw the certification cue. And what you can see on the right-hand side of each of those graphs, auditors recognize that the certification is a signal of competence, and playing tennis with firm leaders is not a signal. They are perfectly willing to capable of making that recognition. What's interesting, though, is when we look at the change in auditors' beliefs about the discount rate, it flips. Those who see the tennis cue second are actually more willing to make a higher, in this case, less client-friendly judgment. Whereas those who see the certification cue are closer to zero. There's not as much change in their estimate. And what does that mean? Well, auditors seem to realize that influence and status is an important thing. In fact, if they are social animals, and possibly if they crave psychological safety, perhaps there's more safety in siding with a person who has some clout within the firm as opposed to someone who does not. Just one slide here before we get Frank to talk, I think, more about the practical implications of this. Number one here, I think one of the takeaways is that auditors, at least the process that we observe, auditors are not assessing or using specialist input in a way that standards envision. Now, it's not inconsistent with the standards. They're not like saying, well, this person's incompetent, but I'm going to follow what they say anyway. But there's a little bit more to what's going on in their heads, and they seem very aware of what they're doing. So this is not, so when you pull the curtain back and let the auditors know, we're interested in what you think about this tennis playing cue or this certification cue, you're then pulling the curtain back and saying, if you think it's a mistake, you have a chance to correct it. But they didn't. They played on it and actually doubled down on it. So in conjunction with some other research that I have done, there is most certainly, I shouldn't say most certainly, there seems to be growing evidence, I'll be academic about it, that status can play a role in helping constraining groupthink, in promoting a willingness to be contrary, to offer a very precise estimate. That's a separate paper I did with Robert Neckel a few years ago. And in this study, auditors are more willing to push back when suggested by a high status expert. So status and contrariness, status and reducing groupthink, there seems to be a link there. And in this, this study, if you remember the last set of results, revealing status cues and making auditors aware, okay, they're interested in what I think about the tennis playing. And they're interested in what I think about maybe layering a competence cue on top of all of these status signals. That actually seemed to help their judgments. It wasn't necessarily what we expected, but I found it to be a little surprising. Increasing the awareness of status signals seemed to lead auditors to make what I would call more justifiable competence assessments. And one last thing that I didn't put on here that probably is a good next step. It would take a lot of effort, obviously, but this might be an area ripe for a systematic literature review. Where an academic is communicating, evaluating the literature, a really thorough review of the literature on expertise, status, and advice giving in the professions. There's a bunch of literature on this in the medical field. We're starting to see some of it in the accounting field as well. I believe it's an area that's probably ripe for that kind of investigation because it certainly seems to matter. Thank you, and I guess turn the floor over to Frank. Can I just sit here? Yes, sure. Fantastic.
I have to press this button.
Yeah, it's a little finicky at first. Doesn't want to behave.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thank you, Justin, for your wonderful presentation about such an interesting topic. For those of you who don't know me, and I guess that's probably most of you, my name is Frank Duim, and I'm a senior manager with the National Office of Deloitte in the Netherlands. I've spent 9 years in audit practice, and the past 4 years in a specialist role supporting our audit practice. And as Philip already pointed out, I'm also pursuing a Ph.D. of my own. So as a specialist senior manager and a Ph.D. candidate, I'm not quite sure about my status, but I do hope to be sufficiently competent to make this an interesting discussion. So what I'd like to do is not go into the details of the paper that was just presented by Justin, but instead invite all of you to discuss with me a number of questions that I've prepared. To see whether we can collectively contribute to future research in this interesting area by developing some interesting ideas. But before we do that, I'd like to emphasize that I really feel that this particular study is a great example of what the FAR has to offer our profession. I guess the study is really practically relevant and also of current interest given the recently revised Standard 220 that deals with the responsible auditors or responsibilities basically as it concerns the direction, supervision and review of all engagement team members, which includes internal specialists like myself. As already mentioned by Justin, the study involves both a survey and an experiment, and both together employ the help of over 200 audit practitioners. So that's makes it really an exemplary collaboration with the audit practice. And although I'm not much of an expert on experiments or quantitative research methods, I thought the experiment was very well designed and the analysis were very thorough. All of which makes for really interesting insights for audit practice, for our firm policymakers as well as the regulators. So what I'd like to do is discuss with all of you a number of questions that I've prepared, and these start off with a premise or a fact that I've been able to derive from the paper, and then offers a follow-up question which I would like to invite all of you to offer your thoughts and experiences or ideas about these questions. And then afterwards, we can ask Justin to reflect on these questions from the perspective of the paper, and from the perspective of the judgments made by Justin himself and the co-authors when they were designing the experiment and while doing the analysis and writing up the results. So the first one is, so auditors are prone to perceptual filtering and motivated reasoning, but would they be able to ignore the conclusions of any specialists? And it relates to one quote that I found in the paper, which says that variation in relying on specialist reports. So does that occur in actual practice, and if so, under what circumstances? So is there anyone here that has any experience with involving specialists in their audit and then choosing not to basically go with their input? Because if that's not an option, that's also interesting to... Anybody? No actual auditors in the room that have ever enlisted the help of an internal specialist? Or, yeah? Maybe at the back? We have to, yeah.
Somewhat more dangerous.
Well, hi everybody, Rolf de Hoeven, and I promised my Groningen colleagues to also mention the University of Groningen, where I'm also partly worked at. Yeah, what we especially experienced during the NOA phase, that is our Dutch system of assistance, that there were a lot of discussions about the scoping of the group, and that all kind of legal experts, legal law firms with a really high status, came to conclusions about what is the scope of the group, what kind of subsidiaries should be included. And many times we as internal specialists concluded, yeah, it is a very good and thorough legal analysis, but we absolutely cannot agree with it. So that was, I think, yeah, let's say from our audit firm's responsibility and kind of yeah, experience where despite the high status and despite, by the way, also the very good reasoning,
yeah,
we simply could not accept the position. But it was also, of course, in collaboration with audit partners and internal specialists,
yeah,
where we came to a different conclusion.
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes I'm in the role of specialist, sometimes I'm on the other side. Maybe also looking back at the other research that was presented, maybe the worst that could happen is that the auditor would simply take over the conclusion of a specialist because it's a specialist. Right, you want to have a discussion about it,
yeah,
and it's fine if they disagree, and then you,
yeah,
in the end, hopefully you get to the truth.
Exactly, yeah. So that was why I also pointed out the role of ISO 220 revised, because typically you would also have an agreement on what the specialist is going to assess, basically, and what steps he or she is going to do in making that assessment. And then at the end, you would, yeah, you can differ maybe in the interpretation of some of those facts and steps, but you would obviously want to have a discussion. But so typically in our own firm, if there's a difference of opinion, you would also have to consult others, basically. So a single-handed overruling of the specialist would not be like something that I would myself at least expect to occur well, frequently. So that was the reason for including this question. Any others? And by the way, Rolf's example is also an interesting illustration of a discussion what we had earlier today about the role of information technology, because you can have like the smartest analysis of all the relevant facts and then still have a different interpretation of those facts. If you take into account of the whole context and then come to a different conclusion than, well, any use of technology might be able to offer. Justin, is there something you would like to say about this particular?
Oh, no, I'll let the experts stand. They said we're capturing something that happens in reality. I'll let that.
Okay.
I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth on that one. I'm just going to go with what the expert says, even though Arjan says that's a bad idea.
There's another expert.
Yeah, there was another one I would like to. There's 5 questions, so I'm hopeful to be able to. Yeah.
My name is Auke de Bos, EY. I have a question about the expert. Is it an expert in the team? Because if you're an expert in the team, then you have the auditor is the ultimate responsible individual. So the auditor reviews the work of the expert, or is an expert that you consult if there's an issue. And in the latter situation, the team has to prepare a memo and conclude and then reach out to the specialist. So I think in the end, the auditor is responsible and in the lead. So, and if there is a disagreement, which can happen, of course, then you should sit together and discuss and conclude together. And my experience is that in the end, there's always an agreement in practice. So in 95%, it's already there in the beginning. But there are, of course, there are very complex situations, and it can be really complex and tough, and with a big impact. And then, of course, you could have a disagreement between the expert and the auditor. But then you have the possibility to escalate and sit together and conclude. So, my first question is the expert within the team, or is it an expert which you consult with? And then, of course, you see that the other firms have all kind of protocols to reach agreement.
This would not be...
And do you play tennis with the expert?
In the summer, yeah.
I'm not sure about what you mean by in the team, out the team. This would not be a consultation. This would be an internal firm-employed specialist, not an engaged specialist from a third-party firm. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. We're very clear in the paper about that.
Does that make any difference for the thoughts that you shared just yet?
I will translate.
Yeah, if it is an expert within the team, then of course you have the team dynamics, and then of course there can be a disagreement, but the responsibility is different, I think, from the expert and the audit partner, because the audit partner has to take into the advice of the expert and then see what he makes out of it. So he has to evaluate and conclude. So I think in the end the auditor is still the ultimate responsible.
In the meantime, something funny is going on. Oh, we're back again. So I suggest to move on to the second question that I had in mind, which goes like this. Status is positively associated with influence, according to the paper. But who is influencing who in an audit? So is it appropriate to consider specialist status in isolation from CFO status or the status of the responsible auditor? And what does this say about the specialist justification needs? So that's a mouthful, and it says a lot. But basically, the question is, should we only look at the status of the specialist, or should we, if we talk about personality styles, and there's a lot of interest in dark triad and stuff like that, so do we not have to take into account more than only the role of a specialist within such a dynamic? Maybe some thoughts about that one. From practitioners or maybe from academia?
Can I add something to this question? So the only status of the auditor that we really collected was their rank, and their experience as well, but their rank. And what we found was that most of the results held across all experience levels, but the willingness to disagree, that effective status on disagreement, was stronger for the seniors and managers than it was for the senior managers and partners. Yeah. Which makes sense. That's the only thing we can really say about the status of the auditor, that maybe the lower status auditors were more influenced by the status of the specialist.
Yeah. So because you also just told us about that a responsible auditor might be looking for a specialist with higher status because he or she might be able to better influence the audited party, right? So the CFO, for example. But if that's a really dominant CFO, that dynamic might also play into things. Okay.
It all will have some effects, I think. But if you now refer to the rank, coming up question, is it the hierarchy you're measuring instead of status? It's just the fact that a partner just have a higher status than a junior.
Yeah, well, they do. I mean, you just said it.
Right.
I think the hierarchy is status.
It's an indicator of status.
Okay. But now we can't. What we don't have is like indicators of their performance evaluations over time that would allow us to disentangle the part of their hierarchical rank that's due to status and the part of their hierarchical rank that's just because they're really smart.
Right, but we know that within firms that if you're the partner of a global company, you have more status than if you only have a client here small client somewhere here in the Netherlands. So there's also, even if there's a similar rank, there is many differences in status.
Sure. That agreed.
Send your paper to Jordan Peterson.
To what, who?
To Jordan Peterson.
Who's that? Who is that?
He's like the expert in hierarchies.
Okay. Say what?
You know the guy who wrote the book about 12 rules. 12 rules for life.
Oh God!
It's a suggestion. It's a suggestion.
But it would be interesting. Is he an academic or like a consultant? Interesting.
The expert in hierarchies.
Huh.
He has high status.
I would imagine he has very high status, even if I don't know who he is.
So on to the third question then. So status is considered a means to overcome potential conflict through an increased ability to influence an aggressive client or a critical engagement quality reviewer. But is status the only antecedent to persuasive power? In other words, do firms need to develop the communication skills of low to moderate status specialists? So in terms of practical interventions, should we encourage our specialists to play tennis with leadership, or should we do something else?
Could you do that? I'm actually curious from the practitioners in the room. Could you do that? Could you like focus on a group? You could, not framing it negatively, but like, look, this person went to Harvard, you didn't go to Harvard. They might have a stronger status signal. So we're going to work on your communication skills because we know that you don't have that signal that's going to be really influential. I'm curious if you would be able to do that.
Firms generally focus on knowledge for their specialists.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Maybe there's someone here in the room who thinks that status may be even unconscious, so it's not that intentional, but yet you ask yourself, who's the best fit to the client, to the CFO, because he went to Harvard. So it's an opportunity, I think.
It's a difficult question or hypothetical maybe?
You just want to test my
throwing abilities. Yeah. You're building up status as a
quarterback.
I don't think we do that explicitly, but what we generally do try to do is make combinations in the team. So maybe, let's say, the technically strong person may not be the person that is best at being a counterweight towards an aggressive CFO, for example. So, for example, on larger clients, you often have two partners or a partner and a director, or then you often try to make a combination of a technically strong person and someone who is strong in the boardroom. Just, you know, holding his foot in the ground in a strong discussion.
I can understand, Arjen, but also if there's a new potential client, and you know a lot of these people who will decide who will become the auditor, we look into internally who knows this guy, and we look for lots of social status kind of information. That's what we at least gather before we start our proposal, etc.
Well, that's true, of course. You know, often there are already relations, and of course that is what you take into account in a proposal process. I don't think that's key in after the proposal process designing the engagement team. That's a different thing, I think.
And is that status or competence?
I think the first context are more status and trying to understand and have the context, but you're right, after accepting the engagement it will probably be more competence.
Yeah, and it will be the other way around, because that will basically mostly be on the level of the audit partner, not the specialist here, I guess.
Right.
And then you might have the same experiment, but then in the other direction, right?
Okay.
But the question is if specialists do have communication skills. That's not a question.
Yeah. We have a small discussion now here.
I noticed.
Occurring. I'll come back to you because it's time for one more question, or do you have another other issue to because of time?
So I guess you like the last one the most, right? So we skip this one. This is a particularly difficult one.
Yeah, I'd say go to the last one.
Yeah. All right. So the last question then. So auditors may employ specialist status differently depending on whether they agree or disagree with an aggressive estimate. But do auditors actually have a choice in selecting a specialist, and might they then also select specialists strategically? So for instance, I'm an audit partner and I have this client, and I particularly like the CFO, and I would like to accommodate him in his aggressive accounting policies. Can I select one specialist, or one expert or one specialist over the other, because I know something about his status and his ability to influence or not influence? Or do we only have one specialist and that's that? Anyone with experience involving specialists in their audit? I'm not going to ask Ralph again.
Yeah, there you are. Be careful.
Well, of course, is it working?
I hope so.
It's working, okay. I think every audit firm has a process in selecting specialists, so that is upfront. But of course, if you have a situation that you suddenly need a specialist, then sometimes it's a little bit different. And I think, everybody knows other partners in the firm, so probably you take notice on what do you need and what do you what is available. But of course, then it's again competence instead of status, I think. And of course, competence can combine it a little bit with status, of course. But
so you arguing that basically you expect all partners or directors, responsible auditors, to select based on competence rather than status or some other aspect of their
competence. What is status? I think
well,
if you need, that's Justin, of course. But if you need a specialist and you know that they have an aggressive estimates policy with the client, then of course you think about that, and then you need someone with the competence to discuss this with the clients. And then of course it could help if you have someone who studied at Harvard instead of someone who is just became competent because of doing it.
It's also hard to distinguish competence from status and the indicators.
Yes, absolutely,
sure.
Els Blunter from KPMG, partner. Yeah, but Ralph, it's 4:45, and I am the guy here who has to control time, so I suggest that you now have a drink and, yes, right. So, thanks very much, and I would like to have a big applause for Frank. Thank you. And I do have as promised, thanks very much.
Thank you.
There you are.
Philip, thanks, man.
Thanks. Okay, we have a break till 5:10. All right. Could you please take your seats again? And I see that it's warm, and I just checked the over there, and it's now -2 degrees. So let's see if that does have any effect. I'm afraid it's not, but anyway, you can take your jacket off if you want to, and please fasten your seatbelts because we have a great panel. But before introducing the host, I just want to put this in the air because we had discussion about publications so far. But this is, I think it's in your materials, and the practice notes, most recent practice notes are in, so you can see some results already published. So, yeah, now this is I think this is the final session of today. Yeah, and I was already happy, but now I'm proud and honored to introduce you. And I will only, I'm just sit here and can listen because this will be a self-regulatory. They will do their whatever they do that their own. I won't be involved. The only thing I want to do is to introduce the host. That's Wendy Groot sitting there. It's a association, I think, of young profs, so young people, professionals from practice and Ph.D. students. Wendy will be the moderator, and she works as a senior manager at PwC and combines her position at PwC with a role as external PhD candidate, where she conducts research into root cause analysis in the audit. And she's also a very productive columnist for the magazine Accountant and contributes actively to the development of the accountancy profession. And I think that's great. Wendy, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. And I think we can say a warm welcome. Can you hear me?
By all means.
By all means, yeah. Okay, okay. So we've already heard different interesting insights and academic research this afternoon. And today we're going to sit with young panelists or young emerging scholars and teachers to get more fresh perspectives on the intersection between academia and practice. And we are not only going to ask the panelists, but we also asked you. We did a survey in advance. I'm not sure how many people filled it in from this audience, but we have some respondents, and we're also going to discuss what you think are the current insights in audit issues. And after that, we're going to discuss it with the panelists and ask what their thoughts are and what their ambitions are for their research agenda. So we have much to discuss and little time. Then what will this hour look like? The clicker works. We're going to start, of course, with the panel introduction. It's always nice to know who you're listening to, so that would be a good start. Then a short view on the, oh, that was too fast. Well, still struggle. On what the survey findings are, after which we will discuss it with the panel. And when we're discussing with the panel, please feel free to jump in and add questions or suggestions or whatever. And then around 6 o'clock, we'll close it up here and prepare ourselves for dinner. well deserved, I think. So for the introduction, Christian, can I ask you to introduce yourself and your research interests?
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm Christian Peters. I'm currently a bit in between jobs, but it isn't as bad as it sounds, because last Tuesday I defended my PhD thesis at Tilburg University. PhD was also part of the Foundation for Auditing Research. And next month I will start my new role as assistant professor at the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. My PhD thesis was mostly on judgments and decision making in auditing, so it aligns well with the broader topic of today, and mostly questions like, does the prioritization of tasks in an audit engagement affect the judgment quality of auditors? How does learning on the job take place in auditing? And how does, that's one of my more recent interests, how does automation affect the auditor's professional skepticism and performance? And in my future research, I would like to extend more in what is in line with one of the earlier comments today by Ralph Terhoeven. He said, like, well, auditors operate in a team, and most of the studies are on individual decisions and judgments. So I want to look at more archival data combined with surveys about some team dynamics, such as feedback giving, what role does a team composition play, and more the like. So that's mostly my my research.
And congratulations on your defense. Cum
Thank you
laude.
very much.
Robin, can I ask you to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Andy. Thanks for having me far. My name is Robin Bijen. I am a lecturer at the Advanced University of Applied Sciences. So I have a different, let's say, a different profile compared to the rest of these academic top scholars, if I may say so. I will also try to bring in another perspective, therefore. Before working at Avans for the last 2 years now, I've also been working at Baker Tilly for 8 years, 6 years in the audit department, 2 years at the Professional Competence Center. Also very nice to see my old boss over here, and talking about psychological safety, he didn't give me any restrictions on what to disclose, so thank you. So that's for me.
Yes, thank you so much and welcome. And these are not Guy and Sanne. The pictures might have already gave that away, but due to a circumstance they were not able to make it. And Lena and Therese were so nice to join us today. So Lena, can you introduce yourself too?
Yes, sure. Hi, I'm Lena. I'm currently still a PhD at Maastricht University until this Thursday. And then I'm going to join the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign as an assistant professor in the summer. And yeah, my research, so Kathryn today talked about auditors as social animals, and I'm very interested in the audit team. So Kathryn also said the team, this is where the magic happens, and you know, a team just doesn't emerge. If you put individuals together, that doesn't automatically make it a team. So I'm very interested in understanding especially the role of the partner and the engagement manager, and making sure that a team is actually a team and that they work together. And in that sense also, how can a manager and partner implement certain behaviors to foster psychological safety? So I'm very focused on these team dynamics. And yeah, I'm also one of the FAR PhDs, so actually all of the studies in my dissertation were made possible by all of you here. So thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations on the new job. Yeah. Therese, yeah? Yeah, that's right. Therese, last but not least.
I think I can keep it short because you've already heard a lot about my research interests, maybe about something what I would like to do next. We heard from Kathryn about the role of technology, and my belief is that learning will play an even bigger role once technology is able to take over routinized tasks, because we still have to be competent professionals. So I'm really looking forward to digging deeper into how learning can contribute to auditors' professionalism in a world that becomes more automated.
That sounds really interesting, and I'm sure we'll discuss that a bit more. Are you guys okay? It's a swarm. Heat strokes here. Okay. Well, before we dive into the panel discussion, we take a quick look at the survey results. And Chibbe Bosman helped us with the survey. And well, he's presenting at the other conference, but in his honor, we still discuss the survey. And what we see is that we have 79 responses, and 2/3 of them come from academics, and 23% from practitioners, also a few from the regulator and the category other. We see a male-dominated response. That's not necessarily represented in the panel here, but that is what it is, and with an age range from 23 to 74. So that's quite an impressive range. And what we did, perhaps take a step back, we asked the respondents to rank several issues in auditing according to their importance. So we asked them, how important do you think these topics are for auditing? It was 11 categories and one other in which they could elaborate themselves. And what we thought was interesting is that there are not really that many outliers. That's quite evenly spread. So I think the good news is that almost everything is interesting. So I think we can't go wrong here. And I think that is really reassuring. But if we look at the top 3, I think the all-time favorite, well, measuring and improving audit quality, it's the number 1. And then followed by going concern, and that's interesting because I know there's some research going on the going concern issues. And then we have attracting and attaining talent as important issue. And then if we take a closer look at the demographics, then we see that the current position that the academics are mainly interested, they emphasize more the learning and coaching, whereas the practitioners seem to emphasize more the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we just had a quick chat about that, and we also had the question, well, aren't those perhaps the same things? But we can dive into that a bit more as well, or not exactly the same, but related. And then if we look at the ages, we see that the younger respondents, they have measuring and improving audit quality on their top priority. And then we see that the more senior respondents, they tick the box other. More often they got all creative. So the root cause analysis was there, the digital assurance, AI, internal control evaluations. And along the lines of gender, we see no significant differences. So we also asked them to give us some insight in research suggestions that they would be interested in. And if we look at the topics, we have one thing, and that also aligns with attracting and retaining talent. Is the current audit pool still sufficient, or do we need to look outside the traditional audit pool? There's also interest in the ESG assurance, and that perhaps also aligns with looking abroad the traditional audit pool, because perhaps we need those different insights, that multidisciplinarity more. Then we had a really concrete question: which additional amount of audit hours are economically feasible? So I'm not sure if anybody wants to pick that up already. And then also the question to translate the research more from the pie market to the mid-market. Do those researches translate well, or would we expect differences there? And then more on how would we do that? We had here the suggestion to focus more on the interdisciplinary collaboration among academics. We also saw a beautiful example of collaboration between practice and academia. Should we perhaps also do that more within academia? There was the question for field experiments, including the developing markets, and then case study and qualitative research on new topics. Well, I think with the ESG, we have enough new things going on there. But that was some insights from the survey. And if we then start with the panel discussion, then, yeah, were there any insights that surprised you? Christian, were there any insights here that surprised you?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the audience and the participants for filling in. It's very interesting to see. For me, like, this ranking of topics was kind of surprising, because it's all more or less the same. Like, I think if you exclude other, like, it's between 7.3% and 10.8%. So there are no clear outliers. And I think when you think about this, it shows that they may all be ingredients to audit quality, and then there's some input measures, such as, of course, you need to have sufficient talent recruited and retained in the audit firms. Then they need to be educated well. Learning on the job and coaching is important. You have the process where auditors need to be independent. They need to be flexible decision makers. They need to use the right cognitive processing when they need it. And then the context, culture and behavior, diversity, equity and inclusion. Well, I wonder how these relate to each other. And then the outcome, and that was on the top, like measuring and improving audit quality. And I think that's something that could be made more progress in, like the measures that are typically used are still not that great, I would say. And I think, for instance, the profession is now developing these audit quality indicators. I think that's a very nice step forward. But it's also good to already agree upon a definition of audit quality. That's also, there seems to be different definition, different conceptualizations. So I think it's very good to have this discussion with 40% practitioners, 40% academics, to have this mix. So that's really great, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, and we should also expect that we ever get to this common definition, because I think it was also Robert Nechel who used the parable of the 5 blind men and the elephant, that they all look at a different part of the elephant, and then the one thinks is looking, or they all look at a different, or they're touching the different parts of the elephant, and they all think it's something different. And that's, he says, it's the same with audit quality as well, is that we all look from a different perspective. So that's why we also have different perception of what audit quality is. Do you think we can ever come to a common agreement then?
Well, I think you're right with the parable of the 5 blind men and the elephant. So I'm not sure if we can come to one definition of audit quality, but I think that for different purposes, at least there should be more clarity about what is expected from the auditor. And I think that's a societal question. So you, for instance, also have the audit expectations gap, and then either Moses can come to the mountain, so maybe auditors need to educate better what the society can expect with regard to fraud, for instance. But also the mountain needs to come to Moses, and then that society also shows more interest in the auditing profession from their side, and I think it goes both ways. And I don't think like a single definition should be, but if you have like a couple of working definitions, and what you now see is that in some discussions it's not clearly defined what is meant by audit quality, and I think that sometimes may hamper the quality of the discussion.
Can I add to that, Wendy?
Of course.
Because, I really agree with you that we should have a clear same definition what we are talking about when referring to audit quality. However, on the other hand, I would be very interested in some sort of experiment, let's say, between research and practice. That, let's say, if we would ask practitioners to think of the last audits they performed in the last year, let's say, and if they think of their 3 best audits. So, what audits are you like really confident about? That okay, I have a great feeling about this. We did our job well, and I am pretty confident, even more than reasonable assured, that there's no risk of a material misstatement left in here. Compared to those audits where you feel like, man, I'm not sure if I obtained all the relevant information from my clients, and my expectation would be that practitioners would be like really would have a great feeling of which audits are good and which are less good, let's say. And then the experiment with researchers, when that comes in, I would be very curious if the practitioners would point out different audits from which they think that they are of high quality than researchers would, based on their primary definitions. So would we come, say, even though the routes towards it may be different, would we really point out different audits? That's what I'm wondering.
Right, I know of some research looking at that. Yeah, I see you nodding. You?
Yeah, there are. I mean, we, as Christian said, like we in the audit quality, if you look at the literature, we have different measures of audit quality, right? And all of them, some are more direct measures of audit quality if you look at restatements, some are more indirect if we come from an archival perspective. And there are papers that look at using data from the PCAOB to actually validate those measures. So I think there is some work being done, but I also agree with Christian that maybe we can do more. And I think through the FAR, we actually have the possibility to obtain data that goes beyond what we typically see, and there are projects that try to establish that.
Right, so it would be a feasible project.
If we get the data.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts, Therese?
I'm really intrigued by essentially what you are suggesting is a double-blind thing, right? We give people like, here, this is a group of audits, you sort them, and you don't give any underlying information, people don't talk to each other. I think that's an interesting check to see if the academic development with respect to audit quality is actually aligned with what the audit firms are striving for. And I think, I'm not sure how much novelty would come out of it, but I think it's a fantastic alignment exercise to make sure we're on the same page and to see that we're looking for the same thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. And well, maybe like the added value of that would be that so when audit firms are making like allocation decisions, okay, so we have limited time, and what assignment should we choose to allocate our resources first towards? Let's say if that like micro foundation of auditing, if you like, is like there's a lot of stuff going on perhaps in the heads of the decision makers, like in the planners of the audit firms. And well, if they are basing their belief on false beliefs of what they think are perhaps lower audit quality assignments, to which they would want to allocate more time to, the risk of it may be that actually, well, if it's quite another audit that should have gotten more attention, we are making false allocation decisions. So I think that at least to become aware of your flaws in pointing out high quality versus low quality audits can also increase audit quality itself by making the right allocation decisions.
Right, so we say that if we get a better idea or an alignment on what audit quality is, it can help the audit firms with allocating their resources, which then would lead to better audit quality.
Exactly.
That would be interesting. And if we saw in the survey, if we look at that alignment between academics and practitioners, we had an interesting difference, or at least I thought it was interesting, where the academia were more interested in the learning and coaching aspects, or emphasized it more. Am I echoing, by the way? A bit. Is it annoying? Okay. Okay. And the practitioners were more interested in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I saw a question from Christine. Shall we address that?
Sure. I'm a little uncomfortable with me as an academic evaluating audit quality. And I'm wondering about the significance of my opinion. Wouldn't the regulator's opinion be more valuable? I mean, looking at inspection reports and, the FRC review quality control reports, and there's just I think that there's a wealth of knowledge out there. If you go on the IFER website and then you click on all 55 members' websites, they have printed reports on how they're doing in terms of audit quality. I'd much rather take their opinion than my opinion. That's just me.
Thank you. That's a good point. Christian.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. So that they really go into the audit, do a lot of work. I think one thing that might be problematic is that some of the regulators, like these are not random samples of audit, and like different countries may have different data generating processes. They may have different ways of auditing the audit firms, let's say.
Yeah,
so
I agree, but collectively, if you look at it in terms of how they're responding to the ISQMs or the auditing standards, collectively you can take the 55 members, look at collectively where are they struggling with compliance the most?
Yeah.
Whether it's audit quality standards or if it's auditing standards themselves, that's, I feel, where the low-hanging fruit is for us auditors, for us researchers.
Sorry, I'm done. Come back.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Very impressive.
Oh, there.
Sure. I open the doors in the hope that, because a lot of people with still surviving, so.
I draw a distinction between what I'll call audit process quality, and I think what Christine just said, yes, regulators, inspectors, they can do that. What we're good at, though, is looking at audit outcome quality, also important. After all, what the auditor is required to do is to report on the financial statements. So we, with our research tools, can look at that. So I don't think it's one or the other, but I think it's what's our comparative advantage. We don't have access to the process data the regulators, inspectors do, but we are pretty good looking at the outcomes of audits. And so I think it's not one or the other, but they're both important to understanding audit quality.
So it comes back to the definition of audit quality. Yeah. There's more questions.
Hi, John Toome from Beaver & Struthers, based in the UK. I think from a practitioner's point of view, if you asked most practitioners what a quality audit looked like, they wouldn't think about the ICEs and what the FRC think about, or the ICAW think about. What they would probably think about is, what's the client like? Are they interesting? Do they respond to queries on time? Is it easy to find the information? Do we have to not work too much overtime to get the job done? And then from a partner point of view, actually, do we get a decent fee and a decent profit? And fundamentally, I think that's the problem quite often, is that we conflate audit quality with different meaning within firms, particularly at a more junior level. I know we were talking very much earlier on about how do you encourage people to have critical thinking in audit, and to remind them that they are sort of the watchdogs, if you like, for audit. But I think the message for trainees or junior staff often doesn't get through in that context.
Yeah. And are you looking at difference between the oversight bodies and the audit firms, or academia and audit firms?
Oh, well, there's always a massive difference between academia and audit. I mean, I think certainly in the UK, and I can't speak for the rest of Europe or the rest of the world, but I mean, I think when it comes to audit education, particularly at the university level, it's pretty poor. Accounting education at university level is very conceptual, but not really related to the real world, and that's a huge challenge in terms of there's some benefit in university education, but the reality is you've got more of a chance to learn more if you came straight out of school.
That's an interesting.
I'm sure education is right and practice is wrong. So.
Yeah, I think that ties nicely to some of the issues that we want to study, and with this on-the-job learning. And I think one of the differences that we indeed saw was like diversity, equity, inclusion, retention of talent. So I agree that I'm one of the people who teaches at university, so I think it's very theoretically, and we talk about the foundation of audits, and then if you place junior people in the context of a audit, it's done in a for-profit organization, there's a lot of different forces at play, and I think this is where we can, or where my personal research interest is also in, like seeing, okay, how does on-the-job learning work? Coaching, there's so many interactions that an auditor has with the client, audit committees, within the team, so there's this whole, system that an auditor operates in, and you also talked about some of these aspects in terms of the audit quality, inputs, outputs. So I think there's a lot of, for us as academics, a lot of room to actually study how this on-the-job learning works. How can we encourage people to stay on? How do we not lose a lot of the talent? We see massive turnover here in the Netherlands, and I think that's also the case in the US, in the UK. So how can we actually make sure that we retain the people that want to learn and that want to do a good job, and that they don't think I'm not learning enough and leave? So, yeah.
Everybody wants to say something.
Yeah,
okay, Therese.
So one of the things that triggered me, right, where do you learn the most? That's one of the key questions that motivated me to become a learning researcher. I'm outing myself now, I'm not an accountant at all. For me, one of the main things that I think is important for education to play a role is that you never forget about practice that you are teaching for. I think having foundation is very important, but then as you progress in your learning, it should be connected more and more to practice. And there's been an initiative recently in the Netherlands to look at how the curriculum for the postmaster education can be more closely aligned with practice. And I think that's one of the key steps that we need to take to connect both sides. How that's going to be done, that's a wonderful discussion that's happening right now.
Yeah. Christian, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting, and there's some research that shows that on-the-job learning is the majority of learning for auditors. But I think that university education is also becoming more and more important, because in the last 2 decades, the role of junior auditors has changed quite a bit. So there's automation, automating the easier tasks. There's also outsourcing to shared service centers. So the junior auditors have different tasks than before, and that means that they also need to go to clients earlier than 20 years ago. They need different types of knowledge, and I think so it becomes more and more important to have this already in university education. But then I think we should be careful not to include too much, because we have like a lot of stuff coming up, ESG, IT, fraud, and I think like this raises the question, like, should we have like some kind of basic auditor, like in the medical field, like a basic physician that's very comfortable with financial statements, and have this like ESG as an add-on, like a specialization, or should we have all-encompassing auditors? And I think that's an interesting question for future research.
And I think the discussion also, so I'm not sure if it's a saying in English, but the sheep with the 5 legs,
yeah.
that we're turning the auditor into somebody who's supposed to be doing everything and supposed to know everything. Yeah, we were just human, we established today, so I think there's a limit to what we get there. When Robin, as a teacher, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, I can really I'm really acknowledging all the points that are being made here. For example, I think there are already nice progress is being made on the education, for example, with the basic auditor being educated right now, and so how are we gonna fit that into education? So that discussion is already going on right now. At the same time, let's say we shouldn't diminish the role of university education and conceptual understanding, because I think one of the solution directions might also be to create a flexible accountant who can adapt towards new technologies, new trends into society, and that the main thing that you want to have from an auditor is that he is understanding risks, no matter what risks are coming upon him, as long as they are reflected into the financial statements or potentially reflected into the financial statements. One of the things that I find most difficult to teach my students is to grab that holistic view of a complete audit. So how are processes, financial accounting rules, and auditing standards, do they all combine in let's say, making the choices, what do we focus our times on? And how does this all work out together? And I think university education with a conceptual understanding is like a really powerful means to get that understanding, as long as it is being complemented with relevant practical knowledge. Because that's also like quite motivating for students, which we are also doing like in University of Applied Science education, where let's say the courses we teach are always linked to, let's say, a practical assignment that you can also experience in the field. And when students directly see, okay, so what is the knowledge I'm getting taught, what can I use it for, it really increases their motivation.
So it's also a matter of motivating your students to engage with the learning materials, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, at the one hand, give them a notion of, so why am I learning this, and how can I use this in practice? But let's not forget also the importance of conceptual understanding, so to be able to transfer your knowledge and expertise to other areas that are coming upon the auditor, like ESG and all the other trends right now.
Can I give an example for this? Because auditing is not the only domain that is struggling with this question. In medical education, it's a very similar thing. There's so much knowledge that is emerging all the time. How are you supposed to learn all of this as a starting doctor? So one of the compromises that has been made is that, for example, when you study anatomy, you're not learning how all of the joints work, but you learn how one joint works that works like this and one that works like that. If you have understood the two types, you can then recognize that and apply the same principles everywhere. So it cuts down on the times of me trying to learn all of the joints by heart, but I do get the concept behind it and I can apply and recognize it. And that makes my learning more efficient. And then I have more time to focus on nice things. Like how to fix the joint.
Yeah. So that ties in nicely with your call for conceptual
exactly.
teaching.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so that's also about the new generations coming up in the workforce, and that was also an interesting topic or an important topic, attracting talent and attaining talent. What do you see developing there? Do you see things going on with their students? Like, do we have different generations coming up, or do we need an entire different work field, a different culture? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's hard to say this because maybe I'm also already belonging to that new generation. But if I look at my students, you see a lot more, they want to, actually I think that's positive, change the world. They want to have an impact. So that's one of the things that I really like about the students right now. And I think this is also something that we in accounting auditing can play a bigger role and actually talk to them about what it is we're actually doing. So a lot of the students actually have a feeling accounting, auditing, that's counting beans, and it's actually they don't really understand or my impression is they don't really understand what we're actually doing. So I think that's good. On the other hand, they are also not ready to commit to one career for a long time. And they want to have more change, they want to see different things. And again, I think this is something that also we can play up, because as an auditor, you can see a lot of different clients. We have the possibility of a global network of firms. And I think there are a lot of opportunities for us as educators and also for the firms to actually, given that we see a change in the newer generation, that we can actually play up some of the strength in auditing. And I think also there's a lot of questions to be answered. Oh, now the microphone is on. So there's a lot of questions, Kathryn touched upon this with technology, AI. When my students come to me and be like, should I even study accounting? It's all going to be automated. I think no, the boring tasks are going to be automated. It's actually going to be more fun, and there's a lot of interactions and a lot of potential for research, but also for education and things that are changing.
Don't you think complex tasks can be taken over by AI? Why only routine? That's the start.
I think in the end there's still a lot of judgments to be made, and until the AI is there, I think there's a lot of interpretation, and AI can certainly, I'm not an expert, so the expert on automation, I will go and pass that on to Christian, but I think there's so many interpretation, judgments, expertise that I don't think AI is there yet. And even then, if it is, you still need the human interaction, in my view. Maybe naive, who knows? Let's talk in 10 years, 5.
As
But
long as we don't define audit quality, right? How are we going to tell a computer to look for it?
So we're safe.
For now.
Yeah. But this is interesting. So you're saying that the students, they're looking for change impacting the world, and auditing can provide some things,
but they don't see it.
They don't see it. And we also had one of the findings that was asking for more interdisciplinary work. So perhaps we need to engage with marketing more. Maybe. But that interdisciplinary collaboration, you had an excellent example with collaborating between academia and practice. Do you also have some examples of elaborating within academia with different fields?
Maybe I can give an example related also to retaining people that are in the firm and having young people stay. So I myself, I'm a learning researcher, right? My background is learning and development, and I work with people from audit research. So one of the things we did years ago, we had a group of accountants fill in a survey where they indicated, do I feel like my company values learning? Is it okay if I'm curious, if I ask questions, if I experiment, if I join different teams, if I have a rich learning experience? And they indicated whether or not that is something they personally value as well. And then we kept following these people on LinkedIn for 5 years to see what happens. And what we found was that knowing those two things, how much does my firm value learning and how much do I value learning, explains half of my likelihood to still be there 5 years later. Half. That's in research terms, my face doesn't show it, but we're ecstatic, right? So essentially, if I want to retain people that value learning, I have to be an organization that offers that. And then if we transfer that, if I'm looking for purpose, I have to be in an environment that also values purpose, right? Our conclusion was that it has to be a fit between my motivation, my drive, my values, and those of my company. And if you do that and you afford variability, you afford purpose, I think there's a lot to be gained there for both education and for practice.
Anybody wants to add something to that? That's really interesting insight, Therese.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting study, and indeed, in my research, I also see that that this is important, that you can have lifelong learning and keep developing. So just pay is not enough. So I think for like that this is a very pressing issue, like retaining, but also attracting new auditors. So the numbers of accounting students are dropping. Also in the US, in the last 2 years, 300,000 people left the profession. So I think, to me, this is one of the most pressing issues. The regulators sometimes blame the firms that they don't pay enough. I don't know. Then the firms sometimes blame the regulators because they have a too tough stance on the auditing profession, and like some people don't want to be an auditor if they are criticized every day in the newspaper. So I think there's a lot to be done there, and I think this is something future research could also tackle.
Yet at the same time, I also think that firms can already do something in like giving the young auditors a voice. I mean, like especially the new generation, they have grown up in an age where social media is always around, and you can immediately like react to something if you like to. So they do not like well, when referring to status. I mean, status is not defined by someone's seniority or age, the age that they are experienced in the business. Their status is defined on, okay, so how many followers do you have on Instagram, for example? So let's say they want to be heard, and their voice is counting. So that's what they perceive. And I think that they feel much more appreciated and will retain it even longer if they feel heard. So I really like the example of, let's say, the involvement of senior associates as well in, okay, so how can we make them actually share their ideas and their contributions?
Yeah, maybe an insight from one of the projects that we're working on with the FA is also in terms of how the partner and the managers lead the team. It's very important that partners and managers actually also express individualized consideration, is what we call it, like mentoring, coaching, showing appreciation for team members to make them more committed towards the team, but also towards working towards a quality audit. So in that sense, also the leadership, not just making sure people are heard, but also actively encouraging it from a leader perspective is very important.
Yep.
It's nice how all the different research interests are coming together here. Yeah, and we're also already coming to an end. It's 5 minutes to 6, and are there any final statements
Or
to be
maybe
made?
some questions still?
Perhaps some questions? Dick Christine. Okay, catch?
Yep.
Scaring me.
Yeah.
Ah, very good.
All right, so the survey results were rather skewed because of the academic respondents versus the practitioner respondents. So I would just like to perhaps reach out to the audience, the practitioners in the room, and say, where did this survey miss the mark? I know the AICPA recently came out with a survey, and the number one concern for the firms was retention. Number 2 was, I think, like leadership training and keeping those that are really good. But did the survey miss any? Are there concerns you have that you could share with us?
Thanks, Christine.
You want to test me, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can. No, I won't throw.
She was faster.
It's like a workout.
Yeah. With this heat?
Yes. There are 2 things that I've missed. My English ain't that well, so I'm going to try to explain it. But first one is innovation, because because I think that the big 4 firms, when I listen to academic research and stuff like that, it's always based on data, which I think is mostly received from the big 4 firms. But if you look at innovations, the big 4 firms are regarded as slow. So you have the smaller firms who want to innovate, but the problem is that innovation is being held back because, and I hear it from younger accountants, associates, senior associates, they have a lot of ideas, but the big 4 firms are saying that no, what we want is a file that is regulator proof, right? So when I heard someone made a remark that audit quality is defined by the regulators, that then it frightens me, because innovation needs to come from us, not from the regulators. The regulators aren't going to innovate. So that's what I've missed, the innovation.
There's another question there as well. Is there a short reflection on that?
Yeah, tomorrow you will, tomorrow, huh? Is it good? Yeah, tomorrow the first meeting we'll have with the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. We'll discuss innovation and especially the boundaries and the problems that are there. So, but if you have a... Yeah, one thing.
Also is that you have a lot of dropouts because the younger students also have certain type of thoughts how an audit needs to be conducted, let's say audit 3.0, but when they go and work for a firm, it's audit 2.0, and they call us dinosaurs.
And they think US surveys, they think it's boring, and that's, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good point, and I fully agree with the things you say. I think what's been shown that one of the challenges in adopting automated tools and techniques is indeed the inspection risk and also the litigation risk. And some audit firms, they have nearly perfect automation, but they still don't want to use it on its own. They use it as a shadow next to the human process to see whether there are some errors that the human didn't capture. So I think it may hamper indeed audit efficiency.
Thank you. Any last questions, comments from the audience? Frank? There are 2 of you.
Yeah, so I especially like the comment that was made to take a more holistic perspective. So not being able to identify all the parts of the joint and how they operate, but also understand how the knee works, right? And I think that auditors also want to be regarded as an expert. They want to be able to, well, apply their expertise when auditing their clients' financial statements. And so when we talk about compliance quality, which is basically the perspective from our regulators on audit quality, we have to document like how every part of the joint works in the audit file, and we don't want that because we want to take also the holistic perspective. And so expertise is basically pattern recognition, understanding immediately what we're dealing with. And then we are able to basically demonstrate our expertise. And so I guess that a lot of people feel, and maybe they don't articulate it this way, but they feel that they are not able to allow, they're not allowed to demonstrate their expertise anymore, and just have to, like, well, gather all the facts and documenting all the facts and piece by piece by piece evaluating all those facts, whereas they immediately understand what the right solution would be.
Yes.
So that's part of, well, I guess the problem.
Yeah, not helping with attaining talents.
Okay.
That much, no.
Okay. When I look at the top 12, it was, for me there is another top 3, and it's all about the transition in the audit profession. And the first one is about the human being, how to be attractive. It's about culture and behavior, inclusiveness. How can we change that in the right direction? The second one, it's about digitalization and innovation. So I concur with the remark of the guy in front in the first row. And the third one is about ESG. ESG is going to change our business dramatically. And it was in the top 10 or on the 8th or 9th position. For me, it's really high on the agenda. So that's the top 3 from my side.
Thank you, Auke. So with
Thanks,
that,
Seth.
I think we're going to close it down. 6 o'clock on the dot. It's hot. We're hungry, perhaps.
So you give the word back to me, the
Yeah.
floor to me. Yeah, thanks very
Hereby.
much. May I have an applause? Great to listen to you and have your thoughts, because it's you who will in future have to solve all the problems and the issues that are very important, because
No
the
pressure.
survey,
No, no,
there were some issues, but I think listening to some people, there are even more are very emerging issues that, and still question. My thought is that AI will take over everything in the end. So it will start with routine, but it learns and it will learn, it will learn, and it will just, I think, put their hand on your shoulder, say, I'm correct and it's not you. Anyway, thanks very much. Oh, no, put it on. Anyway, I think I need another half an hour to summarize everything that we heard, so that's, I think, fine with you. But if I see all the faces, you're kidding. Yes, I'm kidding. Because we'll have dinner, and it's in the Lacay, and I'll explain where it is. Tomorrow morning, I would really like you to be in time here, because we'll have the discussion with the representatives from the UK, from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. Oh yeah, that's nice. And some other people, and that's about audit innovation and the struggle that we have as professions. So I would be very happy to see you here. We have great presentations again by Sarah Beibler and Anna Gold, and we have busy season talks, so really appreciate if you come in and be as active as you've been today. And because you've been, I think there will be drinks in the Lacay. And you can just, if you go back into the main hall, you take the right exit and then to the left. And then you will probably see some place where you can have drinks and we'll have dinner. So thanks very much, and hope to see you tomorrow morning again.